respect to your district courts. But to say that she has refused to communicate with you or to meet with you is not accurate. Is that right?
I actually don't agree with that statement.
Has she, Representative Zwiener, has she or has she not communicated with you and said that we disagree and we can meet to discuss it in the interim?
I'm sorry, Representative Leach. She just has not told me she disagrees. She has told me we can talk in the interim.
Okay.
So I apologize. It's just not accurate. I have not had any sort of substantive conversation with Senator
Representative
Campbell.
Zwiener, with all due respect, I want to set the record straight here, because the other day when the Omnibus Courts Bill, Senate Bill 2878, was in front of this body, you brought forward, and Mr. Speaker,
Members, please confine your remarks to the subject of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this is relating to, I understand, and will endeavor to do so. However, there was a representation made from the front microphone that the reason that you are deciding to kill Senate Bill 1790 relating to the composition of the Comal County Juvenile Court is because she did not, to your satisfaction, grant you the Hays County District Court. However, to set the record straight, the other day on the Omnibus Courts Bill, you did add an amendment, and I voted for that amendment and asked Representative Isaac to not oppose the amendment so that we could continue the conversation with respect to your Hays County District Court. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And so that amendment went on to the bill. Is that not correct?
It did.
And we have yet to go to conference, but conference committees are still outstanding on Senate Bill 2878. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
And so your Hays County District Court, although maybe on life support, is still alive. Is that not correct?
I'm not very optimistic about the life support.
Well, Representative Zwiener, with all due respect, I think for you to suggest that Senator Campbell and Representative Isaac, because there's disagreement among your local delegation with respect to what should happen among in your district courts, that's one thing. But to suggest that there has been refusal to communicate and collaborate is an entirely different thing. And so, Representative Zwiener, I am urging you and pleading with you and formally asking you here from the back mic to withdraw your objection to Senate Bill 1790 and to allow this bill to go forward so that we can do what we do in conference committee on the other bill that you're concerned about. I would formally request that you not take your personal vendetta out on this bill, and that we allow the conference committee process to work itself out on the other bill. Would you be willing to do that?
Representative Leach, I appreciate your concerns, but again, this bill is actually affecting those same 3 district courts, and I haven't had a chance to understand how it will affect those judges. And
Representative Zwiener, with all due respect, I think you know how this process works, and if you want any chance of your Hays County District Court in the other bill to have success through the conference committee, even if it's on life support, then I would strongly suggest, and again formally ask, that you withdraw your objection and stop your efforts to kill this bill, which means a lot to Senator Campbell and Representative Isaac and to their district and to Comal County. I think that's the right thing to do.
Thank you for your concerns, Representative Leach. Members, it's really important to me that when we're making changes to these multi-county district courts and the duties they have and the obligations, that the members who represent the various districts are able to come together and talk.
Members, debate has exceeded 10 minutes, and this bill is now contested pursuant to Rule 6, Section 24. The bill is returned to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to explain SB 2232.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, go touch grass day.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 2232. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2232. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2232 by Adam Henderson.
Question occurs in the passed third reading of SB 2232. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2232 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain SB 2366.
Short line rail.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 2366. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2366. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2366 by Hughes.
Question occurs in the passed third reading of SB 2366. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2366 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain SB 2367.
For the management of parks in Waller County.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 2367. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2367. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2367 by Colcourt.
Question occurs in the passed third reading of SB 2367. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2367 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham to explain SB 2398.
Concussion accommodations for school students.
Members, you heard the explanation of SB 2398. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2398. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2398 by Campbell, reading.
Question occurs in the passed passage third reading of SB 2398. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2398 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Elders to explain SB 2515.
Seton Memorial Highway.
Members, you heard the explanation of SB 2515. Is there objection? Consideration. Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2515. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2515 by Hughes.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 2515. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2515 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain SB 2520.
Over 65 tax freeze.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 2520. Is there objection? Consideration. Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2520. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2520 by Bancourt.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 2520. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2520 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain SB 2589.
Webb County vacated and abandoned county roads.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 2589. Is there objection? Consideration. Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 2589. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2589 by Zaffarini.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 2589. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2589 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain SB 2786.
Members, this bill exempts first responders from the TSI exam. Move passage.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 2786. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 2786. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2786 by Creighton.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 2786. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 2786 passed third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain SB 2790.
Eddie Bernice Johnson Highway, move passage.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 2790. Is there objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 2790. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2790 by West.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 2790. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 2790 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Ort to explain SB 3048.
Bluebonnet Hills Management District.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 3048. Is there objection? Consideration. Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 3048. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3048 by Birdwell.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 3048. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 3048 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Luther to explain SB 3050.
Fannin County Improvement District.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 3050. Is there objection? Consideration. Chair is none. Chair lays out SB 3050. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3050 by Hughes relating to the
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 3050. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 3050 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain SB 3052.
Coal Ranch.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SB 3052. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 3052. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3052 by Parker.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 3052. Is there any objection? Chair is none. SB 3052 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain SB 3053.
Hunter Ranch.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 3053. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 3053. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3053 by Parker relating.
Question occurs in the passage third reading of SB 3053. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 3053 is passed third reading. Chair recognizes Ms. Luther to explain SB 3056.
Alluvium Ranch.
Members have heard the explanation of SB 3056. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out SB 3056. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3056 by Hagen View.
Question occurs in the past third reading of SB 3056. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. SB 3056 is passed third reading. Members, the next bill on the calendar, SB 3029, has been withdrawn by the author. Members, the next several items are going to require a record vote. So if you want to mosey on back to your desk so you can vote accordingly. Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain SCR 3.
SCR designates Bandera as the capital cowboy of Texas. Move passage.
Members, you've heard the explanation of
Mr.
SCR.
Speaker?
One second, let me lay it out. If you have questions, you'll have an opportunity to ask at that time. Members, you've heard the explanation of SCR 3. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report to SCR 3. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 3 by Flores.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie on Mr. Verdell's bill.
I will yield for questions.
Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
If the gentleman will yield for
Does
questions.
the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure thing.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. McQueenie, how much do you regret right now helping out a friend with this resolution?
Depends what your first question is.
Well, I'm very curious about how Bandera comes to lay claim to the cowboy capital of Texas.
It is my understanding that it has been part of their marketing for an extended period of time at the city level.
So sometimes you can market a thing and it's not necessarily really the thing.
I'm not advised.
Are you aware, Representative, that there is another location in Texas that also lays claim to being the cowboy capital of the world?
I'm not advised, but that's excellent. We can have a couple of them.
Well, Mr. McQueenie, I'm not sure that that's how cowboy capitals go, especially in the world of cowboys. Are you aware, Mr. McQueenie, that Stephenville is home to more professional rodeo athletes than any other place, including the NFR qualifiers?
Fantastic. I'm very happy for Stephenville, too. I love Stephenville.
Mr. McQueenie, do you and I share the pleasure of getting to represent Tarleton State University?
We certainly do.
Are you aware, Mr. McQueenie, that Tarleton State University has a very celebrated award-winning rodeo team?
I am aware.
And that rodeo team is a major asset to Texas and to the community and to the cowboy capital of the world?
Sounds like Stephenville and Tarleton might need to be the rodeo capital of the world, but my friends in Fort Worth probably aren't going to like that either.
A fair question has been asked back here, Mr. McQueenie, if you think that these two capitals might need to settle this at high noon? Do you suppose, Mr. McQueenie, that Mr. Verdell might be aware that the annual Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association rodeo is held in Stephenville and attracts many rodeo athletes and fans from all over the country?
Fantastic. And it sounds, again, like it might need to be the rodeo capital of Texas. I move passage.
Mr. McQueenie, are you aware of who participates in rodeos?
Very, very talented athletes.
Mr. McQueenie, do you suppose that Mr. Verdell may owe you a debt of gratitude for assisting him today?
I'm not advised.
Thank you, Mr. McQueenie.
You're very welcome. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Jones.
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
So, as the chair of the Dallas delegation, there's a slight question on the table from us regarding the cowboy capital. And I just want to get some clarity on what cowboys that you're talking about. So I'm going to just pause to allow you to answer that.
It's cowboy, not the Cowboys.
Like yeehaw, not.
It is not the Cowboys of Jerry Jones.
Okay. Well, we just wanted to be clear, because when we talk about the Dallas Cowboys, that we have some clarity on which is the capital, which is Dallas, Texas.
America's team.
America's team. I move passage.
It's adoption of a resolution.
I moved adoption.
It's okay, you're learning. Question occurs on the adoption of SCR 3. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all voted. Being 102 ayes and 19 nays, SCR 3 is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Guerra because of important business on a motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to explain SCR 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SCR 18, the town of Trophy Club, Texas, is full of patriots. Move adoption.
Mr.
Members,
Speaker.
One second, let me lay it out. Mr. Bumgarner. Members, you heard the explanation of SCR 18. Is there objection consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report to SCR 18. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 18 by Parker, designating.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Davis, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for a
Does the
question?
gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Bumgarner, we realize that you have called the Trophy Club as the official Texas town of patriotism.
Correct.
Is that because you're providing popcorn to all of us on the floor?
Absolutely. I mean, the chair is not advised.
Is it your intent to continue to provide this service to the floor?
It very well may be, but remain to be seen.
Do you want this trophy club, town of trophy club, to be the town of patriotism?
Yes, ma'am. Very much so.
Then your answer should be, will you continue to provide popcorn on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Very
Every
good.
day for as long as you want. I'll even put your name on a bag.
There you go. Now we talking. Thank you.
Move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of SCR 18. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Show Mr. Money voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 110 ayes, 13 nays, SCR 18 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback to explain SCR 30.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution designates Matagorda County voting capital of Texas.
Members, you've heard the explanation of SCR 30. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair hears none. Chair lays out the committee report to SCR 30. Clerk will read the report.
SCR 30 by Huffman. Does it
Question occurs on the adoption of SCR 30. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all voted. Being 111 ayes, 15 nays, SCR 30 is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner to explain HCR 146.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, HCR 146 directs Governor Abbott to award the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor to U.S. Army veteran Ricky Dudley Whitner for his heroism in Vietnam War.
Members heard the explanation of
Move passage.
HCR 146. Is there any objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 146. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 146 by Schaffner, directed.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 146. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all voted. 127 ayes, 0 nays. HCR 146 is adopted. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to explain HCR 148.
Bridge City Corn Dog.
Members heard the explanation of HCR 148. Is there an objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HCR 148. Clerk will read the rest of the report.
HCR 148 by Phelan, designating bridge.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 148. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Mr. Berry voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 111 ayes, 13 nays, HCR 148 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner to explain HCR 149.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution would direct Governor Abbott to present Special Warfare Operator First Class Nathan Gage Ingram of Roanoke, Texas, with the Texas Legislative Medal of Honor for his heroic sacrifice on January 12, 2024. In Gage's honor, I move adoption.
Members heard the explanation of HCR 149. Is there objection to consideration? Chair has none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 149. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 149 by Bumgarner.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 149. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all voted? Being 130 ayes, 0 nays, HCR 149 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin to explain HCR 153.
Designated Pearsall, Texas is the lineman capital of Texas.
Members heard the explanation of HCR 153. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 153. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 153 by McLaughlin.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of HCR 153. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all voted? 112 ayes, 15 nays. HCR 153 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain HCR 155.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HCR 155 will designate San Antonio's military city, Texas,
Move adoption.
Members, you've heard the explanation of HCR 155. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out the committee report to HCR 155. Clerk will read the report.
HCR 155 by Martinez Fisher.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 155. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Have all voted. Being 111 ayes, 18 nays, HCR 155 is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain HCR 157.
Rockport, the redfish capital of Texas. Yes!
Members, you've heard the very enthusiastic explanation of HCR 157. Is there objection to consideration? Chair is none. Chair lays out HCR 157. Clerk will read the committee report.
HCR 157 by Hunter, designating.
Question occurs on the adoption of HCR 157. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all voted. Show Speaker Craddock voting aye. Being 113 ayes, 19 nays, HCR 157 is adopted. Members, we're going to need to adjourn briefly to begin a new legislative day. Representative Patterson moves that the House stand adjourned until 11:55 a.m. today. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the House stands adjourned until 11:55 a.m. today. The House will come to order. Members, please register. The quorum is present. Representative Patterson moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Representative Patterson moves to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider at this time on third reading and final passage the bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar to be read by bill number and author only, which were considered on the previous legislative day. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the rules are suspended. Representative Patterson moves to use the first record vote taken on third reading and final passage for all bills on the local consent and resolutions calendar, with the understanding that a member may record an individual vote on any bill with the journal clerk. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the motion prevails. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage SB 204. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 204 by Paxton, relating to Handbook on Parental Rights and Education and Training Requirements on Parental Rights and Education for a member of the Board of Trustees of a school district.
Chair recognizes Representative Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Members, this is a parental rights handbook. It currently comprises of all the parental rights that are found mostly in the education code, but several in the health and safety code, some of them in federal regulations, and it puts them in one nice spot. It also lets school board members have to partake in the training of what parental rights are available to them so that they know to not violate either the student rights or parent rights. And so this puts it all in one nice online handbook. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of SB 204. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, SB 204 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage the following bills to be finally passed by the record vote just recorded on SB 204. The clerk will read the bills.
SB 437 by Hinojosa Valdago, SB 568 by Betancourt, SB 612 by Hinojosa Valdago, SB 672 by Hughes, SB 710 by Akar, SB 823 by Middleton, SB 876 by Birdwell, SB 904 by Zaffarini, SB 905 by Zaffarini, SB 968 by Zaffarini, SB 1084 by Campbell, SB 1207 by King, SB 1230 by Hughes, SB 1313 by Cook, SB 1504 by Middleton, SB 2232 by Hinojosa of Noasis, SB 2366 by Hughes, SB 2367 by Colcourse, SB 2398 by Campbell, SB 2515 by Hughes, SB 2520 by Betancourt, SB 2589 by Zaffarini, SB 2786 by Creighton, SB 2790 by West, SB 3048 by Birdwell, SB 3050 by Hughes, SB 3052 by Parker, SB 3053 by Parker, SB 3056 by Haken-View.
Pursuant to a previously adopted motion, the chair declares those bills just read by the clerk to be finally passed. Members, I want to just take a moment to thank Chairman Patterson, Vice Chair Bowers, the Local and Consent and Resolutions Committee for their tireless work this session in working on these bills on behalf of the House and also on behalf of the Senate. If you would join me in thanking them for their work.
Please excuse Mr. Longoria because of important business on motion of Ms. Rose. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Moody for an announcement.
Thank you, members. Real quick, this is the final Bible study of the session that Scott Wall is putting on for us, and I think we owe him a great debt of gratitude for being with us in these very challenging times. He's with us in the happy times and the sad times and all in between. He's got food upstairs. Come and go. Obviously, we're still working here, and he knows that. But I think it'd be a really good gesture if you would go by and pray with him today. He's done a great deal of that for us, and I think we definitely owe him that and probably much more. He's been a wonderful steward for us in this chamber, and so I know we're all grateful for him being here, and he'll be upstairs waiting for you.
Mr. Gerdes, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce to writing the remarks about Pastor Scott Wall and place in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 247 by Morales Shaw in memory of U.S. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee of Houston.
Chair recognizes Ms. Morales Shaw.
Oh, who said that? Yes. Members, if we can just get your attention for a couple of minutes. This is most of the Houston delegation and Harris County delegation up here. The residents of Houston lost a political icon and fierce champion of social justice when we lost Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. Congresswoman was from New York originally. She earned her bachelor's degree in political science at Yale University and went on to complete her law degree at the University of Virginia. After her marriage to Elwyn Lee, a Houston native, she became the proud mother of 2 children, Jason and Erica, who will undoubtedly carry on her legacy in their own way. Congresswoman Jackson Lee was first appointed as a municipal judge in 1987. She later became a member of the Houston City Council. She also served as a deputy agriculture commissioner for the state of Texas, and she won her first congressional race in 1994 and was reelected 14 times, always with more than 70% of the vote. She filed scores of bills addressing the needs of the most vulnerable, and she did not hesitate to work across the aisle to pass them. After the Violence Against Women Act expired in 2019, she fought for its reenactment and authorized the legislation that achieved that goal. She was also the author and lead sponsor of the Juneteenth National Independence Day. So now we get that day off, thanks to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, in honor of that amazing event. In 2021, she established the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans. Her many other major initiatives included the Sentencing Reform Act, Paycheck Fairness Act, the George Floyd Law Enforcement Trust, and Integrity Act. In her many decades at the U.S. Capitol, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee held numerous leadership roles, including chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, and senior member of the Judiciary, Homeland Security, and Budget Committees. Sheila Jackson Lee was a fearless warrior on behalf of freedom, democracy, and positive change, and she will be greatly, greatly missed. Before I turn this over to the many colleagues behind me who knew her, worked with her, knew her way more intimately than I did to speak, I just want to read a short passage from Senator John Cornyn's relationship with her at the U.S. Capitol. Sheila was a true stateswoman who served Houstonians with honor and she will be deeply missed. Many future generations learned from her ability to stand up for what she believed was right, to work with her colleagues across the aisle when it counts, and always serve those who are trusting you to represent them. And with that, I think we'll let other members share their memories and work with Congresswoman.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm so thankful that Representative Morales-Shaw brought this memorial resolution. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee was a mentor. She truly was an icon, not just for the constituents of the 18th Congressional District, but across the country. I don't know anybody I've ever met in my life that worked as much as she did. This lady worked, as the old folks in the country used to say, from ain't to faint. Anytime that the sun was up, she was out. When the sun was down, she was out. When she was not in Congress fighting for many of the bills that Representative Morales-Shaw just mentioned, she was in her district. She was attending funerals. She was attending weddings. I joked with her that there had to be another person because there was no body that could be two places at one time but Sheila Jackson Lee. She truly was committed to public service. She was a devoted mother of the 2 children. She was a devoted wife for Dr. Elwin Lee. She was a proud Christian. She was a fierce advocate for always being willing to be on the front line, speaking truth to power. She really was a personification of Maya Angelou's phenomenal woman. And everywhere I went, when I would see her, whether it was in DC or anywhere she went, people would flock to her, want to take photos with her. And she never was too big or too little, no matter who the person was. So I know many of us across this chamber and across this country mourned her loss, but she worked until her final breath. And so I just want everyone to know that she loved constituent work, she loved advocacy, she loved life, and she lived it well. And finally, I know that one of the last works that she worked on, we just celebrated but recognized the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's death. That was one of the last things that she was working on, was the George Floyd Policing Act. And she was someone that was a national icon, and she will be greatly missed forever. Thank you.
Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we truly lost an icon. We lost a titan of our community. She was more than a congresswoman. She was a mentor and a friend. I don't think there's a black woman legislator up here that wasn't impacted or touched by her in some way. I grew up in the 18th, the very first time that I attended the Congressional Black Caucus in Washington, D.C. I was a 12-year-old, 6th grade student, and she broke her rule because it was only for high school students and allowed me to attend. And that was a monumental, life-changing event. I would not be here without Sheila Jackson Lee, and I'm so grateful to her and extending so much love to her family. I thank Erica and Jason for sharing their mother with us, and Mr. Elwin for sharing his wife. Thank y'all so much for allowing us to have this moment today to acknowledge her.
Ms. Jones.
So in Houston, she's affectionately known as the Congresswoman, even though there were a bunch of Congresswomen. I first met the Congresswoman when I was a sophomore at the University of Houston. Her husband, Dr. Elwin Lee, was number 2 in command at the University of Houston. He was the vice president of student affairs, and he said, hey, you should meet my wife. I mean, I knew I wanted to be a lawyer. I didn't know any lawyers, and he told me she was a lawyer, and I met her when I was 19. Representative Reynolds talked about how for sure there had to be another person. I think there were like 12 congresswomen because she literally was everywhere, everywhere. And you can say what you want to say. Even the people that don't like her, you had to respect her, right? Because she was going to impose her will on you. That's just what she was going to do. And she used the power that she earned over numerous years to apply pressure to people who weren't accustomed to having pressure applied to them to get things for people who had never gotten things done for them. And so she had people who hated, but let me be clear, her name was on their lips. So if her name was on their lips, then she had the ball and they were coming for it. So that's a lesson I learned about the Congresswoman. when people are talking about you, even if it's not positive, they talking about you and you ain't worried about them. And I just think you need to remember that. And she literally did not accept no for an answer, right? She was going to keep coming back to finally you were like relenting. You were crying, Uncle, okay, I give up. Well, what do you want, Congresswoman? And I'll say this. The Congresswoman worked and she had cancer. Cancer sucks. It just does. But she decided to run for mayor of the city of Houston, and I endorsed her when she ran for mayor of the city of Houston because I thought that she would be best for that. She did not win, but that's fine. And here's a problem with underestimating the Congresswoman. So she runs for mayor, she doesn't win, so she's going to rerun for re-election for her congressional seat. Some people thought they were big and bad, and they was going to beat her. Well, not. She whooped up on the people that ran against her, and I endorsed her for that race as well. Because the one thing I knew about the Congresswoman, whether you liked her or not, if you called her, she was going to handle your problem or try to handle your problem when other people would not. So she definitely left her mark. And for those of you who weren't around when Michael, did you fall out? When she was speaking at Michael Jackson's funeral, it was like, how'd that happen? He in LA, she in Houston, because she affected people. If you went to her funeral, Stevie Wonder sang at her funeral. All kind of people, I won't name them. President Clinton was there. Secretary of State Clinton was there. Everybody was there. Vice President. Republicans and Democrats were at her funeral. That should tell you something. And she was a queen of amendments. She might have tried to pass some bills and people were in their feelings wouldn't pass her bills, but you trust and believe she got it on as an amendment to somebody else, right? So she was brilliant. And so I'm sitting up here and I'm not sad that she's gone because everybody in this place is gonna die. But the question is, when you die, are people still talking about you and did you leave a lasting legacy? And guess what? She did. So I'm thankful that you brought this memorial resolution because no one deserved it more, because whether you loved her or you hated her, you talking about her now. And that says volumes.
Mr. Dutton.
In 1972, I met Sheila Jackson Lee. 1972. She worked at United Energy Resources and I worked for Conoco. And she and I served on the NAACP Energy and Economic Development Committee. And if you remember at that time, Jimmy Carter was considering taking price controls off energy. And through the NAACP Energy and Economic Development Committee, we came up with a resolution that said we thought it was a good idea to take price controls off. And so Sheila and I, well, not me, Sheila decided that we ought to go see President Carter. And I said, well, Sheila, how are we going to do that? She said, don't worry about that. Let me work that out. And so she called me one day and said, Harold, come on, we got to go see President Carter. And we're going to talk to him about taking off the price controls on energy. And so we went, and Sheila did all the talking. I never said a word except hi. And after that, Sheila did all the talking, and when we left, she said, Harold, you didn't say anything. I said, Sheila, you said it all. I didn't have to say anything. And later, Jimmy Carter took off the price controls on energy. Wow. And that was how I started with Congresswoman Lee. She and I got to be very close friends to the point where I think that some people don't know this, but really, I guess I was kind of responsible in a way for her first getting into elected office, because Anthony Hall, who was the city council member, decided he wasn't going to run for re-election, and Kathy Whitmire was the mayor, and they called me and asked me to run for city council. And I said, well, Kathy, I don't really want to be a city council person. And she said, well, think about it. I said, okay. I got home that night, and first call I got was from Sheila Jackson Lee. She said, Harold, I want to do it, and I don't want you to do it. I won't run against you, but I'd really like to do it. I said, Sheila, let me think about it. That morning I woke up and the phone rang again. It was Sheila. And she asked, was I going to? And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. You can do it. So I called the mayor and said, guess what? I'm not going to do it, but I know who will. And she said, who? And I said, Sheila Jackson Lee. And this is the truth. And Kathy Whitmire said, that's exactly who we didn't want to do it. and so I said, well, you're stuck with her now, so you better you better behave, because I can tell you Sheila Jackson Lee is going to change city council. Nikki Giovanni said something to me one day. She said, you're never dead until nobody remembers you. And so Sheila Jackson Lee will live forever.
Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I want to thank my desk mate, Representative Penny Morales-Shaw, for pushing me when it came to making sure that we were asking Chairman Patterson to make sure that we had this moment. And I want to say that Congresswoman was my neighbor. I grew up in the 18th Congressional District, and the many times that she backed out of her driveway and turned around and drove into ours, not knowing that she would be the Congresswoman, when she was just talking to my daddy about, maybe I'm gonna run, right? Just remembering those days fondly, and even to the point when accepted the call to service and began serving, and seeing her in Washington and seeing her back at home, and her encouragement, the fact that she was the type of leader that would answer the phone. I want to talk about the humanistic and humanitarian side of her. She saved a lot of people, whether that was those that were hungry or those that were held captive. And she took those calls from leaders like us standing here before you and in this body at any time. And so I want to say thank you to Penny for making sure that we took this time, and for the speaker and the body for making sure that we were allowed to give this tribute to her. She was a great encourager, and I'll never forget her for all the moments that we shared. She called my sister and I her babysitters, to Erica and Jason, but I don't ever recall babysitting them. So, but it was a fond thing, and I accepted it as a badge of honor when she would say it. So thank you for giving me a moment to say that.
Ms. Thompson.
I've had the privilege of knowing Sheila for a long time, and she was my congresswoman. But if there's anybody can get on your last nerve, she could. She could make you want to jerk your hair out. Yeah. Because when you didn't want to do something and she was trying to convince you that you should, yeah. I'm telling you. But she had such a dedication. I just want to take this moment to thank her family for having lent her to us, the public in general, for so many years, and for her having the tenacity to go out and fight. Even in the face of defeat, she would get up and live to fight another day. I just want to say that I was honored to have known her.
Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us to pay a tribute to an icon, not just in Houston, not just in Texas, but to the United States of America. I had the pleasure of working for Sheila in my early years in politics as a public, ma'am. Yes, Ms. T, I did carry her purse. I gladly carried that purse. Whether it was pink or lime green, I carried that purse proudly for several reasons, because I got to know Sheila personally, even though she'd cuss me out a lot. And I learned about the old school way of doing politics, in retail politics, and she was tenacious. As a staffer, she demanded, she had high expectations of you as a staffer. We really didn't have a life. We were on call 24/7. We'd get calls at midnight. about things we had to do the next day. We'd get calls at 2 a.m. about things we had to accomplish for the press conference that we would have to organize for her, and she had a lot of them. She had a lot of press conferences that I had to organize for her and do press releases and call the media to show up. And for some, that might be a critique, but as a staffer working behind the scenes, it was very telling how she operated, because she used those tools of media to be able to deliver for her constituents. And those are facts, because I saw them, I witnessed them as a staffer, but I saw the faces. I have several stories, and I won't tell all of them. But no, I won't. But a couple of stories. One, she had me organize providing air conditioners for folks that didn't have ACs, and she made me call Home Depot and try to get those folks to donate some dollars so that we can put ACs in poor people's homes. And when we did that, I was so proud that when obviously the camera showed up, but to see the faces of the people that she impacted, seeing them cry, Miss T, Harold, seeing those little babies be able to now feel cold air, impacted me profoundly. And to be able to use her tools to impact those families, I use those tools today on this House floor. Because you got to be tenacious, you can't take no for an answer, and you got to know that there's a higher being working through you to help those people. And we have to remember that on a daily basis as we end this session, that it's the people back home that we need to worry about. Not the lobbyist, not the big corporate donor, those people back home. And Sheila did that. Sheila did that. She was also really good about bringing you in and mentoring you, because I was 20, 21 at the time, last story. She had worked us to the bone one week, and we were tired, but she calls the office at the Mickey Leland Center and says, "Hey, Wale, I need you to meet me at the Hyatt Regency Hotel." Luckily, I didn't drive her. I wasn't her driver, thank God. But she says, "Come meet me at in the back of the hotel, and you'll go through Secret Service." And I was like, I don't know what that is. And she goes, "No, well, you'll have to provide your ID and your social." Well, there was a small room back there, and who was standing there in a in a corner of a hotel ballroom, very intimate setting, was President Bill Clinton. And she grabs me by the hand and she's like, "I want you to meet the president." Here I was, 2021, getting to meet presidents of the United States. She was extremely loyal, tenacious, and she would call you at 2, 3 in the morning so that you can get things done for those constituents. So I was proud to know her. Dr. Lee, Erica, and Jason, just know that we love you. We carry her memory with us on this floor and in the daily lives that we live as public service, because she was one of the ones that some of us want to emulate. And I want to say God bless her, and the world is a better place because of Sheila Jackson Lee.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm not from Houston, but I was very lucky at a very young age working on a United States Senate campaign. I was 22 and traveling with the candidates, so I got to go all over the state. And there was a couple from Houston, Dr. Lee and Sheila Jackson Lee, who would pick us up at the airport, and we'd go to events together. So one of the things I love about politics, that all of you should love about politics, is you meet some of the most incredible people. Some of the most incredible people. And I remember the first time I met her, because Dr. Lee was driving, he's quiet guy. There's Sheila. And I said, "Wow, this is a really, really dynamic person. I'm just a young guy. I'm just listening. I'm just watching." I knew about legends. Symphonia, Miss T was already a legend. She was already famous. But Sheila was just Sheila. but she had ideas, and she had passion, and she had interest, and so that's when I got to know her, and as time went on, well, she got elected judge and then eventually Congress. And so always stayed a friend. When I think of Sheila Jackson Lee, the last time I saw her, she was sick. We both spoke at a funeral in Houston of our dear friend, Judge Overstreet. But Sheila Jackson Lee was not just Houston. Sheila Jackson Lee was not just Texas. Sheila Jackson Lee was the United States of America. She was the best that this country puts forward. And these are the folks that you meet in this endeavor that we've all taken. You meet some of the best people, and this is one of the best you could ever know. May God bless her and thank her for all that she did. I love her spirit. She never, ever stopped caring. She never, ever gave up. And I'm sad that she's gone, but I'm so glad that she lived.
Ms. Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. I would be remiss to not say something about Sheila Jackson Lee. She was a friend and a mentor. I met her when she was a State Bar of Texas director, and she was just starting off to just start plotting her path to power. And she sure did it, and she was so amazing and so much, it was an honor to watch her as she grew from stage to stage. But I'll have to say, as a former president of the National Women's Political Caucus, we will be forever grateful. I know we endorsed her many, many times in all her political endeavors, but she never forgot us. And she would always pick up the phone and make sure that we had access to places and opportunities to be, to have places to have events and things. And Sheila just never forgot us. She was a phone call away. She always remembered who her friends were, and she was always willing to help us. And so for that, I and the National Women's Political Caucus are forever grateful to her for her leadership and her strength and for showing what a powerful woman is. And I sincerely appreciate her. Thank you for letting me say something.
Ms. Morales-Shaw to close.
So members, just a couple more words. When Jolanda said if you called Congresswoman, she answered, she was talking about a CEO of a multinational organization that needed an international agreement. She's talking about a Jewish husband and wife that were about to lose their small business, and she saved it for them. She's talking about the mother of 3 small children escaping an abusive relationship. She sheltered them. She just never slept, and she never said no. I would say rest in power, but she's probably not resting. She's probably some other realm serving those who need it. And I'm just grateful that we took these few precious moments to give her this recognition. And members, I'm super grateful to each of you for allowing us to have these few minutes on the floor to honor her, and to Chairman for making sure that this resolution made it to the floor of this session.
Mr. Speaker,
Well purpose.
I move that all the remarks honoring Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee on H.R. 247 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Thank you.
Members, join us and rise and observe a moment of silence. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Penny.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1423,
recognizing May 28, 2025 as Irving Fire Department Advocacy Day at the state capitol.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following resolution, clerk will read the resolution.
HR 1423 by Anshia, recognizing May 28, 2025 as Irving Fire Department Advocacy Day at the state capitol.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we celebrate 100 years of service, bravery, and commitment from the incredible men and women of the Irving Fire Department. This department was founded in 1925 with just 20 volunteers. It was originally tasked with protecting a single square mile of land with only a four-wheel pull cart carrying a 20-gallon water barrel. Those humble beginnings were the foundation for a legacy that has grown to over 400 firefighters. Every day, our firefighters show up for work and put their own lives on the line to protect more than 253,000 residents across the city of Irving. Today, the Irving Fire Department operates out of 13 stations, staffing a fleet of engines, trucks, and ambulances, while also leading specialized teams in swift water rescue, hazardous materials, and technical rescue. The Irving Fire Department ranks among the top 1% of fire departments nationwide, a testament to their exceptional preparedness and service. The work of the Irving Fire Department is a reminder that hero not in. They train relentlessly, ensuring that when the call comes, they are ready to answer. Their work requires strength, skill, and sacrifice. Members, please join me in recognizing Brian Becker, the president of the Irving Firefighters. And Brian, if you'll please rise to be recognized. Welcome to your Texas Capitol. To all of the former and current firefighters in Irving, we thank you for your service. We join you in celebrating this huge milestone. Thank you, Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to take a couple of minutes to recognize my staff in the gallery. Would you all please rise up? Oh my goodness, thank you so much for everything that you do for me and for us, for the state of Texas. I'm going to start with the longest serving member of my staff is Karina Gonzalez, a district director, House District 135. She has a Bachelor of Science degree, like kindred spirits, Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science, Engineering, and Technology. Karina been holding it down in the district since 2022. Listen, our district directors are our ears and our eyes in the district, but also our face. So thanks for standing in for me, for being there for our constituents, for showing up with me at all the school board meetings, all the firefighter, ESD meetings, and everything else that we do, for helping to form those relationships in the district that are so important, and for holding it down when you're out on an island with no support. Thank you for all that you do. So I also, before I get to the senior office staff, I want to recognize our two policy analysts. Zane Memon is from Houston, brought to the office through the Hobby Fellows program, so he's our Hobby Fellow. Has been doing outstanding policy analysis work, and after session he plans to utilize his policy skills and study for the LSAT to pursue his dream of becoming a lawyer. And then policy analyst Vedant Ramabhadran. I know your dad. I know he is very proud of you. He's from Houston also and came to our office through the esteemed TLIP program. So I'm really pleased to have both a Hobby Fellow and a TLIPper. I want to congratulate you on graduating from the University of Texas a few weeks ago, hook 'em horns. After session, Vedant plans to work in public health policy, and he's going to be traveling internationally, so good luck to you. I want to recognize my man, Devin Daniel, Legislative Director, who has just been promoted to Deputy Chief of Staff. Thank you very much for all that you do. This man came to us from the Legislative Study Group, where he was Deputy Director and Policy Analyst. And let me just tell you, there are not very many people in this building, or that I know, that I think are better researchers than I am. This dude is a machine. Thank you so much for all you do and doing the work in real time. You're amazing, you really are. And then the one that holds it down for me, Ariana Azimi, who came to us from Raise Your Hand, Texas. She's just the best. A truly kind soul who has realized the vision of making this office a warm and welcoming place for visitors, for advocates, for allies, for other staffers when they need a refuge and a place to hang out. You provide that for them and for me. Like, I need that space too. So to a group that knows how to work hard and play hard, thank you from the bottom of my heart. There is no way any of us can do any of this without staff, and I just want to hold you out for the great job all of you do. Thank you.
Members, we have a couple of privileged resolutions authorizing technical corrections and then 2 reconsiderations before we start on the calendar. The chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 166 by Metcalf, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House to make corrections in HB number 4187.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this resolution authorizes technical corrections in House Bill 4187 to correct a section numbers. Let me briefly explain what's going on here. Legislative Council identified certain technical issues created by Senate amendments. To address these issues, we must introduce this concurrent resolution. This resolution instructs the enrolling clerk to correct specific technical errors found in the bill. Section 11 of House Bill 4187, we correct a statutory reference from 442.034 of the proper section to 442.0062. I move adoption.
Members, Ms. Wiener, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are we able to view these technical or these HCRs anywhere?
They're on T-list.
They're on T-list. Thank you.
HCR 166.
Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of HCR 166, record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 121 ayes, 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following privileged resolution. The clerk will read the resolution.
HCR 167 by Hicklin, instructing the enrolling clerk of the House to make corrections in HB number 1314.
Ms. Hickland.
Mr. Speaker and members, this resolution authorized technical corrections to HB 1314 to correct a subsection reference. I move adoption.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Record vote required by the Constitution. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 119 ayes, 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which SB 1191 was taken and failed to pass.
Mr. Ashby moves to reconsider the vote by which SB 1191 failed to pass. Is there objection? Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion to reconsider prevails. Members, SB 1191 is back before the House on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1191 by Creighton relating to the development of a standard method of computing a student's high school grade point average.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris-Davila to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I know that there was some confusion about this bill yesterday, so I want to make some clarifications about what this bill does. This bill allows a student who is taking an AP chemistry class in high school and a student who is taking a chemistry class at a college, a community college, for college credit towards a college degree to have those two courses weighted the same towards their GPA. Last session, we passed HB 8, which gave a ton of funding to our community colleges and did a lot of work towards incentivizing high school students to take college courses towards a college degree. This bill will ensure that those students who take that dual credit college course from a college professor are not penalized in their high school GPA for taking those courses, because we have students who are in high schools that don't have access to AP classes or don't have access to IB classes, but they do have access to their local community college to take a college course that will give them credit towards their college degree. And these are courses, again, they have to be the same. AP chemistry versus a college chemistry course. The other students that this helps is a student who is maybe a college athlete and they don't have time in their schedule to take the AP or the IB course, but they still want to be considered for scholarships. And so this allows them to take those dual credit college courses and have those weighted towards their college degree. So those are the students that we're trying to help. I'm very passionate about this because I think dual credit is a way for a lot of our high school students to get a four-year college degree at a cheaper price, but still with the same rigor. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady yield for
yield.
questions. She yields for questions.
Representative, I want to make sure I understand the concept behind the bill. So you
Yes, ma'am.
you explained that there is a shortage of AP instructors in rural areas. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So there are sufficient instructors for dual credit courses in rural areas.
It depends on where you are, but a lot of rural areas do have a college nearby that a student can take a college course from a college professor at, yes.
So it's not necessarily the instructor, it's the college that's not near? That
So
is the challenge?
Can you ask your question one more time?
So I'm trying
Just
to
to
figure
help
out.
me out.
Yes. So you said that there's a shortage of AP instructors, and then there's sufficient dual credit course instructors, but then you said something about there may not be a college nearby the school.
Okay, I misspoke then.
Okay.
So, and I'll recap too. These are the students we're trying to help. If you're a student in a high school that does not offer AP courses or IB courses for whatever reason, but you do have a local community college nearby that offers a college course that's from a college professor, we want those students who complete those college courses to have the same weight towards their GPA as the students that do have access to AP and IB in their high school.
So AP courses are college level. They're more rigorous courses. Is that right?
That is not correct, I don't
Okay.
think. AP courses, yes, they're college courses that are taken in a high school, but community colleges, those are a college professor offering a college class, and I will add
Oh, no,
those.
no. I wasn't trying to say that the community college, I love my community college.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is the AP course that's taken in the high school is a rigorous college level course. And now that you're saying it, are you saying that you can take that course at the community college because it's equivalent in rigor and it should be now equivalent in weight?
Yes, ma'am, that's what we're saying.
Okay, so you're trying to redirect those students to the community college.
If it works better for them, and I'll add, these community colleges work with UT, they work with A&M, they work with all of the four-year colleges because those four-year colleges have to agree to take those courses and apply it towards a student's degree, right? And so those community colleges work hand in hand. They're accredited the same way that AP courses are.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Okay.
And so AP and that college level course, they're accredited the same way. They go through the same rigorous process to accredit them as well.
So it would only be for, well, does this apply everywhere? So if you have sufficient access to AP courses in your area,
Yeah.
you don't have the challenge that is in the rural area. Are you saying that the standard would be the same?
So the standard would be the same, but the other students that this will help is even if your high school does have AP or IB, let's say you're a college athlete and your schedule is dominated by whatever sport that is, practices, whatever that looks like, that student whose life is dominated by the athletics, their schedule may not fit with AP or IB, but their schedule may fit with dual credit courses. And so this allows those students to take these dual credit college courses from a college professor and not be penalized because they don't weight the same towards their GPA.
Okay. I'm going to let some other people ask questions
Okay.
because I don't want to run out of time. But
Thank
thank you
you.
for answering.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Great. And members, Dr. Buckley is going to lay out an amendment. He's working on it, so I'd like to let him go ahead and do that, and then I'm happy to answer any other questions.
The following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. First of all, thank you all for your attention on this matter. This amendment, I believe, will solve some of the concerns that members have had, and that is this amendment separates to make sure that the additional weighting given for an AP course, an IB course, an on-ramps dual enrollment course, and a dual credit course is not included for a course that's offered through the Workforce Education Course Manual. So what that does is it separates kind of our CTE dual credit and the weighting of those courses from our AP and our purely rigorous academic courses, so that it is it keeps our weighted GPA towards those more rigorous courses, and I believe that sort of solves the issues members have had with this.
Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
Mr. Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
He yields for questions.
Dr. Buckley, I want to make sure that people understand what the amendment does.
Yeah.
And if they could give us a moment, since I think people aren't exactly sure where they are on the bill, I'm not certainly telling you what to do, but I want people to understand. Is it fair to say that what the amendment does is separate rigorous core academic courses?
Yes.
Where we may be equalizing to some degree their weight in terms of GPA, because not every campus can offer dual credit, not every campus can offer AP. Some campuses aren't IB, but we equalize that there. But we're separating them so they don't get diluted by other courses, let's say in a CTE or a dual credit situation where they may not be as academically rigorous. And so we might be separating them out to keep the academic pieces here and some of the less academic, maybe more trade-specific courses here, and they're not all treated exactly the same. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct. And it builds a wall between our rigorous academic courses and then those that are wonderful programs where we get dual credit in our workforce areas, but it keeps those separate so that when a kid that is we're measuring their GPA or calculating it, those that are taking rigorous academic courses receive more weight than if you're on a CTE pathway.
And not that there's anything wrong with them, but in this case, what the amendment does is allow the comparison of perhaps different kinds of apples, but it separates the apples from the oranges.
That's exactly right. A grapefruit analogy.
I'm hungry.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Mr. Speaker,
Yours.
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
He yields for questions.
I wanted to thank you, Dr. Buckley, and Bill Sponsor for working with Commissioner Morath and the other stakeholders to get this amendment drafted. I believe the amendment holds the integrity of the academic institution by maintaining the rigorous courses at a higher standard than the ones outlined in the amendment. And then I just wanted one clarifying question. My concern yesterday was you have a valedictorian scholarship, a salutatorian scholarship. Those people get like free rides to colleges across the state along with your top 10%. Yesterday would have watered down GPA with the original bill and its intent, but this amendment corrects that. I wanted to thank you again. And then lastly, just for clarification, now CTE courses, it is at the discretion of a local school board to decide at what rate, what credit level, what GPA level those courses are at in comparison to what will be standardized across the board.
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, and thank you, Representative Harris Davila. I was brought to my attention, my community college is very much in favor of this programming because it helps, the dual track courses and allows them to get the credit. And I also understand that it helps rural communities and rural school districts that may not have the AP courses as well to be able to compete for scholarships and all of that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I thank you for the clarification, and I'm glad it's moving forward, and I'll be voting for it. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker,
Scrivener, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
So I will,
Yields for questions.
I will be supporting this bill. I want to be clear, though. We don't want to leave anybody down the wrong path. I look at transcripts every year, okay? So would you agree that when a college entrance occurs, the transcript is the driver more so than the GPA? Would you agree with that?
I agree that college admissions is multifaceted in many different indicators, but you're right. Transcript is absolutely important.
So when we look at AP courses and industry-based credentials, they will not be viewed as equal. What will happen is the college that one applies to, they will look at the courses that are taken, and AP courses will always be at a higher level. And your college courses, because you, in most cases, lead to an associate's degree, will also be up there at that level. So I want us to get away from the GPA calculation and truly look at the transcript in terms of the description of courses. Are you taking basket weaving? Are you taking advanced science?
Yeah,
Those are looked at differently. We want to be clear on that. So, but what I'm hearing out of the bill, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I think your amendment shares that, is that we want to make sure that the student gets credit for their completion of the on-ramp courses, which is your industry-based credentials, appropriate credit for the AP courses, and appropriate credit. So credit is a little different, right? Yes. And once they get appropriate credit, then the college that they enter will then look at the course descriptions to see the specific rigor that is involved in those courses. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So this amendment clears up some things, but I still don't want to fool people to think that those are equal. They are not.
No.
But what they will do is give those students the credit that they need to be able to move on to that next level.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
Yields
I'll yield for questions.
Thank you, Representative Buckley. I'm trying to wrap my mind around your amendment and this bill, and I appreciate y'all laying everything out here. Just so I kind of understand this baseline, right now, the commissioner has the ability to set some of these standards under current law, correct?
He may do so, yes.
Has the commissioner done so?
No, typically the commissioner doesn't wade into that, and the districts make that decision
Okay,
on their own.
pardon me, but I have not known our education commissioner to be shy about using power he's authorized to have. Do you know why the commissioner hasn't done that so far?
I'm not advised.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, for trying to resolve the issues with the bill previously, because I agree with Representative Harris Davila. I agree that yesterday I was trying to figure out, day before yesterday I was trying to figure out what problem is she trying to fix. So I agree that that's a problem, right? But I know that we've tried as a body on many legislatures before I got here. We pass a bill and we find out that we didn't cover everything, and we're always doing fixes. And that's what I want to avoid, right? So I clearly don't want Johnny to be able to take wood shop and me take AP Calculus and he be valedictorian. I believe that your bill fixes that, your amendment fixes that. But let me tell you, and I've looked at your amendment, let me tell you what I spoke with Rep. Davila this morning, and we talked about, I was trying to figure out, what do you want to do? And I think we both want to do the same thing. So here's what your amendment fixes. It distinguishes between the types of dual credit courses, right? It clearly separates college level and dual credit courses, right? You agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look,
The gentleman's time has expired.
motion to extend time.
We're in the final 10 days. There is no extensions of time.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna have to.
Move
speak
adoption.
against it.
Mr. Buckley sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment. There is objection to the adoption of the amendment. Okay. Ms. Jones to speak against the amendment.
I was trying to get somewhere. I was trying to be helpful. But let me tell you, Chairman Buckley's amendment, so it does alleviate my concern one. So college level dual credit courses should receive equal GPA weight as AB, IB, and on-ramps. So if you look at the text, a dual credit course not included in the Workforce Education Course Manual or its successor adopted by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, look at this line effectively identifies academic college transferable dual credit courses, i.e. English Comp, college algebra, and requires that they be weighted equally. So that concern is resolved. Another concern that I had was that lower level workforce oriented dual credit courses should not be weighted equally. And his amendment resolves that. And that's the part where it says the amount of additional weight may be different from the amount to be given a dual credit course included in the workforce education course. Here's where I don't think his amendment addresses my concern. Courses taken at college campuses should count equally toward GPA regardless of where they're delivered. Now, I spoke with Rep. Davila, and she told me that that was a concern that she had, and I have that concern. So my issue is that I want a dual credit course taken at a college physically or virtually to be treated equally as AP or IB taught in a high school. His amendment does not fix that, and she told me that that was something that she was concerned about. So a student taking geometry or history at a community college could still receive a lower GPA weight if the district chooses to discount it due to delivery setting. The next concern that I had was that the bill should only apply to college level courses. So the text in the amendment that says not included in the Workforce Education Course Manual, it's a partial fix. So this is a proxy for college level because academic transfer courses are not in the manual. But the bill doesn't clearly define or use the term college level course, which may create inconsistency or misinterpretation by school districts. And so I'm going to say this again. I absolutely believe that the concerns that Rep. Davila has should be addressed. I absolutely believe that if you're a kid and the school that you're at doesn't offer any of those courses, that if your parents have the money to go send you to a junior college or community college to take these courses so that you can compete with the kids at the other schools who actually have it, I want to fix that problem. And so I believe that the amendment as it stands now fixes 2 of the 4 concerns that I have, but it doesn't fix all of them, and I don't want for us to be coming back later to clean them up. Now, I currently have Ledge Council drafting an amendment to try to fix all of the concerns. So yes, some of them work and others don't, and I would love to be able to work with Rep. Buckley, but I am telling you, for those of you who have kids, you have them taking AP courses or whatever, this amendment does not necessarily protect your kids from being leapfrogged by other kids who take classes in other places. So I think we want the same thing. The question is, does this amendment or does this not amendment address all the issues? And I'm telling you that it doesn't. So for that reason, because I don't want any kid that takes really rigorous coursework for a specific purpose, which is to get into the college or university that they want to get into, I don't want someone who hasn't had as rigorous a course load to be able to leapfrog against them. So, as I said before, that's why I'm speaking against it. I think that it goes a long way towards
Agreed. Jay von
But I
Ponsky.
actually think if we put this
Oh
off,
my
I can
God.
maybe talk with Chairman Buckley so that
My
we
friend, my
could-
mentor,
that we could
my buddy.
address all of the concerns. But I mean, vote as you feel like. My child is not, I'm not trying to get my child in college. I don't have that problem with my child. And as it stands now, I'll ask my son to send my granddaughter to a private school. I want to be helpful. I absolutely agree. But I do not believe this amendment addresses all of the concerns.
Still waiting on SB 30. Haven't heard anything yet.
Mr. Buckley sends up an amendment. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Ms. Harris-Dobble voting aye. Mr. Wu voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Villalobos voting aye. Being 137 ayes and 3 nays, the amendment is adopted. Anyone wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? Mr. Rosenthal in favor of the bill.
So I have assembled the engineering caucus of the Texas House of Representatives, and as amended, we are totally for this bill.
Mr. Turner in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, just very briefly, I voted against this bill yesterday. I'm glad we have this reconsideration before us now. We have had a strategy in Texas to encourage dual enrollment at the high school level, and I want to commend our community college districts around the state that have really taken that charge on and worked to make dual enrollment, dual credit courses available to high school students across our state. That is helping families save time and money in college, and it's a good policy. And this bill makes sense. I think that there were some legitimate concerns yesterday. I think Dr. Buckley's amendment that we just adopted address the majority of those concerns, so I'll be voting yes. You heard everyone else do the same.
Dr. Buckley in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, as amended, I believe is important as we expand opportunity for our young folks in our public schools to attain college credit while in high school and to challenge themselves in very rigorous coursework.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Why are we even like debating this crap? If you take a college course in high school, you should get credit for it. What the fuck? It's just such a waste of time. Yes, if you take an AP course in your high school or at your college down the street, you should be weighed the same. Jesus, wasting time. Let's go.
Honors, International Baccalaureate, and dual credit, and to give them additional bumps in grades above regular classes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And now what this this bill would do is change it from a may to a shall, and trying to have statewide consistency. And additionally, you're adding in, so now included onto the list of honors, AP, IB, and dual credit, you're adding the on-ramps program through UT, correct? That is correct. Okay. And the point of, and the reason on-ramps is being added is because it is also a rigorous program. That
Hey, Jake, still waiting to hear. Hold on, let me mute this. Sorry about that. Still waiting to hear on SB 30. It's supposed to start at 8:01 this morning, but legislature does what the legislature does, and they have actually finally, I'm about to post a story, they finally started debating real bills, so that's a great thing. Started about 15 minutes ago, so SB 30 should be coming up at any time. We don't know. My suspicion is they'll do it maybe after 5, like they've done in the past. They like to, keep our tort reform bills late, so less people tune in. And I'm more likely to not live stream if it's late. So I really haven't been on that much today. Mostly just been working in the background, but I've been streaming the broadcast so people don't have to search online or try to find Texas House. It's really confusing. So I've just kind of been streaming the broadcast video, hopping in and out, checking in, giving updates to people in the chat. Let me know if the video and audio are coming through okay. We're live streaming now on YouTube and Instagram at the same time for the first time, so that's been kind of exciting, giving our Instagram audience a live look in case they don't maybe have a YouTube account or don't want to leave the Instagram platform or have it on at work. So that's the latest. But other than that, I'm just working on our case in the background. Chili's, man. Rest in peace. Hey y'all, another update here. We are back on the live stream. We are hopping on. Got Jake Von Plonsky, Adam Holden, Gus Mignucci joining us, talking about SB 30. Unfortunately, SB 30, don't know when it's coming up, but the legislature has finally started talking about real bills on the House floor. Right now, they're talking about if you should get credit in high school for college courses. Like, yeah, I mean, that's like, we've always done it. It's ridiculous. So tune in. I will continue to update. And if you do tune in, you can say hi to Jake Von Plonsky, which is pretty exciting. So, tune in. I will continue to update. And if you do tune in, you can say hi to Jake Von Plonsky, which is pretty exciting. New skinny on the bill. Sorry about that, Jake. Is that I'd say like 90% of the bill has been chopped. Everything from non-economics is out. Remediature is out. The bill is mostly focused nearly 100% on admissibility of LOPs. No problem. You are welcome. Thanks for tuning in. It's mostly on LOPs. They are no longer going to be automatically admissible. Joe Moody passed an amendment on Monday that the automatic admissibility requirement is now going to be subject to 401 and 403. I have not seen the amendment, though. So hopefully it did actually go through. But so LOPs are going to be coming in during discovery. LOPs are going to be coming in at trial. The anonymous list that the plaintiff will be able to or will be required to provide gather and provide during discovery through initial disclosures of the 2 years of patients that have been referred to a specific provider is still in the bill. The 300% of Medicare rates has been excluded and substituted with a provision that says at trial, the defendant may move to admit the 50th percentile rate in the geographic area, the Medicare rate, or the workers' comp rate. So those can be submitted into evidence for the jury to consider. It's not that your medical expenses are now capped at those rates, but they are going to be provided at trial for the jury to consider. Also, there's no more cap on future economic damages, future medical expenses. That was taken out of the bill. The Gregory versus Chohan factors were taken out of the bill. So a lot of removals. I'm actually going to pull it up here, read through it again, the latest version, make sure I'm correct on all that. But main focus is going to be LOP, medical bills at trial. So let's pull that up. Actually, Jake brings a good point. Go ahead and pull the bill up. See if we can find the actual texts. House Committee Report Amendments. Here we go. Okay. So here is going to be House Amendment 2. So this was the House Amendment that preserved privilege. So this amendment to SB 30 said nothing waives attorney-client privilege. Now, one thing I'm wondering is, can I assert privilege over anything, the communications between a attorney and a client, to get around the anonymous part? I don't think so, but it's going to be, it's going to be argued in the trial court. So we had that amendment. Also, this was important. The disclosure couldn't violate HIPAA. I think they're gonna argue, or the defense counsel is going to argue it doesn't violate HIPAA because the lists are anonymous. So this amendment reflects that, codifies that in the bill. Bonin had another amendment. Let's pull that up. Oh, this was had to do with the definition of provider. But the big one is going to be the Moody Amendment. Let me pull that up for you. This is going to be, so this is the, I thought this was the Moody Amendment. Hold on. Let's try to pull that up again. Yeah, okay, here it is. Moody Amendment. So it takes page line 17 and inserts 402, 403. So 403, more prejudicial than probative. That's going to get rid of the automatic admissibility. Going to get rid of the automatic admissibility of LOPs, relationship, context of the referral. It's going to be subject to 403. It's also going to say, like, I think what it'll also mean is that the, let's go to it actually, page 2, line 6. Well, that's not. Amendment number. Oh, between the offer and the and. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I think what it's going to do is it's going to put all the workers' comp Medicare 50 percentile rates subject to 403, because let's think about if you introduce a Medicare or for someone, the plaintiff is not eligible or not utilizing Medicare, or the child's a minor, therefore they're not subject to workers' comp. They're not treating under workers' comp. What does workers' comp have to do with anything? The workers' comp prices have to do anything to do with a minor in a case if they wouldn't even be able to utilize workers' comp. So I think that's going to be a good 403 argument. Let's go back to the other amendments. Johnson's amendment was tabled. That was a big vote. And she was saying, look, the provider should not have to provide the records going 2 years back. It should only be the attorney citing to the person that was referred for the past 2 years. Otherwise, you're going to put the burden on the providers to go back and produce medical records of a patient that's not in the active case and doesn't have any relevance to the active case. So number one, a HIPAA violation. Number two doesn't have to do with anything and puts an onerous on the providers, because if the providers are saying, hey, I'm going to get dragged into litigation, even if I'm not a treater, even if I'm not involved in the case, they're just going to stop treating anyone that's in a crash, a work injury, a mass tort, any of that. They're just going to say, look, I'm not even going to risk ever getting deposed or getting DWQs or letters or anything like that. So, but this was tabled. I thought Johnson's amendment was a really good one. Thought it was a good argument. Even though I'm against the bill, I thought it was a really good argument, and hers was tabled. There were two other amendments by Bonin and Morgan. Oh, they're going off the commit. That's my bad, guys. They're going off the committee substitute. Where can I find the committee substitute? Hold on, let me find the committee substitute here. Here we go. Here's the committee substitute. All right, I got it. So here's the committee substitute. We can compare line by line with, I was going off the old SB 30, but we can compare it line by line with the Johnson Amendment and the Bonin and the Morgan amendments. So the latest Bonin amendment, let me make sure we're not missing anything. No, that's SB 15, we're good. Go to page 7, line 14. Well, there's no lines on this frickin' page. House Committee printing. Oh, which they don't make available to us. God dang it. Between action, maybe we can find it if we do search. Huh. I think, if I recall right, the Bonin amendment was that it's medical records, billing, and testimony between only related to the provider and the injured individual. I can't remember the context. Sorry about that, Jake. But that's where we are now. But to give Jake the full update, like I was saying, the Gregory factors are all gone. Remitters gone. The caps are gone. Bill is very, very different than what we started with. Still a terrible bill. Still completely stupid. All the stuff that's in SB 30, the committee substitute, already exists in the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure. You could get all of this through normal discovery. You could just file motions to compel. You could send DWQs. You can get all of this information under Supreme Court precedent. Literally, I don't see the point. But, you know, I don't take bribes from TLR to go argue about this for 6 months out of every 2 years. So let's check in on the stream again, the broadcast, I'm sorry.
You probably can put in a typical maybe 2,000 square foot home. That's what the goal of this legislation is. Now, if someone wants to build 4,000 square feet or 5,000 square feet, they can do that. And if they want to build
Senate
on a
Bill
5,000 square
15.
foot lot, they can do that.
So your property, Representative Gates, is addressing the zoning change more than anything else. It does not go into quality of materials, size of them.
Related to density and size for residential lots in certain cities.
Building quality, their flood requirements, their hookup to water, sewer.
I know all the requirements to building homes. I've built several. So here's my final
Boom.
question to you. We're not building.
Oh my God. Jeff Benton. Jeff Benton's on the Instagram Live. Holy shit, I've made it. I have made it. Stop everything, folks. Jeff Benton. Oh, man. You know how they say, like, don't meet your heroes? That's what's happening right now. I'm frozen.
Is that correct?
Thank you, Jeff. It's an honor.
That is,
Not the intent.
you know, that's
Thank you, sir.
frustrating that people think
Thank you, sir,
to
for
use
answering my
that
question.
word.
Ms. Collier, for what
Will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman, yields.
Well, they're not talking about tort reform. They're not talking about anything that matters. They're talking about how big of a house a rich person can build. Bunch of bullshit. You know, in my personal opinion, I think a lot of the real estate regulations are way overdone. I think we could definitely peel back a lot of real estate regulations. We need more houses. We need houses built faster. We have private litigation to deal with homes that are not built efficiently or up to code, you know. I think we've over-regulated housing like they're doing here. But we're moving along, SB 15. Maybe we will actually, you know what we could do? We could check out Brad Johnson's Twitter. He's always got good updates. Maybe he'll tell us something about when we're going to hear about SB 30 today. He's a reporter down in Austin. Does a lot of good coverage on the legislature. Steve Chop is in the chat. Hey, Steve, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Motion to reconsider. Dan Patrick hates weed. You know, for a guy that hates weed so much, he seems to be buying a lot of it. I mean, look at all this shit. Got some jelly beans, Dan? You know, Dan Patrick isn't even his real name. His real name is Dan Poe or Puh or something stupid. All right, Texas nuclear. How did George Bush say it? Nuclear. Nothing so far. We saw that earlier between Leach and Aaron. Bail reform. I kind of want to see that later, so I'm saving that. Okay, let's... Just do a quick search. Texas SB 30, maybe we'll get something. Yeah. Are you referring to SB 30? If so, note that Texans for Lawsuit Reform recently confessed under oath that automobile insurance policies will not decrease. Remember that? We talked about that in the live stream multiple times. We were actually here recording when Lee Parsley admitted to that under oath. I'm not seeing anything. God, these headphones freaking hurt my ears. If you guys know of a better headphone brand that I could use, please let me know. All right, nothing I'm seeing online about SB 30 or a timeline for us. Let's check the Google, see if there's anything. Texas Senate Bill 30 tort. Well, sometimes you want to check the news. Sometimes you'll get some good info maybe that morning, that day, that we haven't seen. That's a great article in the Texas Tribune. Nope, these are all pretty old. Okay. Well, we'll keep watching. We'll keep rolling. We'll keep doing our thing. Thanks, everybody who's tuning in. Thanks, Steve, for watching. Oh, Jake's on the YouTube. Sorry, Jake. What's the point of it then? I think the point of SB 30 now, Jake, thanks for tuning in on YouTube, is just to try to damage credibility of the plaintiff at trial. I think that's the real goal. I mean, that was always kind of the real goal, but I think that's what they're really doing, is saying, what's a way that we could pay the plaintiff's lawyer as a sleazebag by instigating or insinuating that the plaintiff's lawyer is always dictating treatment and acting as the doctor even when they're not. Or let's just give the impression that the doctor and the plaintiff's lawyer are in cahoots to drive up medical bills so that you will award them more money, and that the plaintiff's lawyers are in bed with the doctors and are really just trying to make money together. Yeah, it is insanity. It's total insanity. I completely agree with that. But Irene, here in San Antonio, please let me know how I can contribute to continue to fight for what's right. Great question, Irene. Number one, appreciate you tuning in and sharing, share our posts, share everybody's posts on SB30, not just mine. Get friends and family to join the live stream. This is a great way for them to participate. They can see. What's nice about the live stream, I think, is it gets people a live look at Congress, our local Congress, Texas Congress, live at work. I mean, 99% of people never see what our legislature, who we pay their salaries, are actually doing. So even outside this context, it's good to get educated and see how much time these dudes waste with your taxpayer money, because it should make you upset, because they're wasting your money, they're wasting my money. Number two, on my Facebook and Instagram, there's a video on how to contact your representative. Number one, how to find your representative and how to contact them. There's still time to contact them and let them know, write them, and call them and say, hey, I'm your constituent, I voted for you, or even if I didn't vote for you, you're still supposed to represent me. You're still supposed to be my representative. They work for the constituents. They don't work for the corporations. What we all know, though, is they take the money from the corporations and they really represent them. They don't represent us anymore in Congress, even in our local legislature. So you still have time to reach out to your representatives and let them know that you oppose SB 30, and just continue to try to get your family, friends, colleagues to do the same. The biggest piece is just education. A lot of people don't even know. Like, I really didn't know before this summer the process of contacting my House rep or Senate rep, or how to get involved, or how to give feedback to my representatives. Hell, you can even get on Twitter. A lot of these guys and girls in the legislature are really active on Twitter, and they can be kind of feisty sometimes. You can tweet at them. Sometimes they're more responsive. I had some reps respond to me on Twitter, but not respond to my emails or calls, which is kind of funny. Oh, here's Jeff. Here's old Jeffy boy. Seersucker. I mean, the guy, I'd probably buy a seersucker suit if I was getting $5 million a year from TLR.
571, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 571 by Betancourt relating to the reporting investigation of certain misconduct in child abuse and neglect, creating criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm really proud to work with Senator Betancourt to pass this bill protecting our students in Texas. Move final passage of Senate Bill 571.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 571. This is a record by the clerk will ring the bell.
This guy with the gavel, funny enough, is an insurance defense lawyer. Huge advocate for TLR. Jeff Leach this is actually a great bill by Representative Leach. It protects students who have been victims of sexual assault. I think something that's we'll all agree on. It is kind of funny that Jeff Leach will fight for and advocate for victims of sexual assault, but everyone else in the civil justice system can go to hell. Or the criminal justice system. He's very anti-criminal defense lawyer, very pro-government, even though he's a Republican. It's supposed to be small government. But that is a good bill. I'll give him credit for that one. So, Irene, I hope that was helpful in how to help contribute. I think the biggest thing is really just friends and family should know their rights are being taken away by corrupt politicians who have taken money to betray their own neighbors, their constituents. It's pretty disappointing. And people always say that. You always talk about the swamp, or politics is so corrupt. But I watched it. I have watched it live on both sides. And that's probably the biggest disappointment. Is I'm pretty liberal, and the Democrats are a joke. They're just as bad. My friend Steve Chapa was tuned in. He's taught me that since we've been friends for 10 years. It's like, hey man, they're both awful. And I was like, no. Democrats are the ones in the right. I watched them this summer vote against the same fundamentals that the Democrat Party is supposed to stand for. So Steve was right. He'd been telling me for 10 years, hey, these guys are all corrupt. They're going to do what keeps them elected. And I saw it. It's just so blatantly corrupt. And what's crazy is that the legislators only get paid, it's like $7,200 a session. Now, what do they do with their donation money? That should be investigated. The idea of you go to Congress in D.C. to get rich. You're going to get super wealthy. But at your local legislative level, you don't have the same stock insider trading bullshit, the same information. So you would hope that the local level, because they're paid so little, that they would actually want to participate and help constituents. But they're just as corrupt as the folks in D.C., and I've seen it live. Look at Landgraf. Here's a perfect example. A guy who's gotten $288,000, I believe, from TLR.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 13.
Called Jim Perdue a liar during one of the JCJ committee hearings on SB 30. Said he was lying to the panel. Landgraf's the liar.
235, this is a record book. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted?
Irene.
40 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 1335.
Yeah, that would be frustrating. Yeah, and you're helping out the most vulnerable kids. They don't have a voice. They can't vote yet. They don't have a voice to tell these legislators what they're doing is wrong. They're truly helpless.
It's about securing the Texas grid from hostile foreign nations and their agencies.
I move passage. Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2368. This is
Yeah, China's coming after the electric grid. Hey, what the hell are you talking about? All right, I need a break. I'll keep this on. We'll be back.
SB 2477 by Betancourt relating to certain municipal regulations of conversion of certain office buildings to mixed use and multifamily residential occupancy.
the chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yeah, what do you got? Okay, let me do this layout. Members, this is House Bill 5187. Allows us to convert unused and vacant office buildings to residential housing. More housing near jobs, less traffic, more freedom. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage. Senate Bill 2477 is the record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. There being 112 ayes, 26 nays, Senate Bill 2477 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2587. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2587 by Zapparini relating to the access to and use of certain criminal history record information, the procedure for obtaining that information into the correct terminology for certain licensing, the issuance of certain which requires a criminal history background check.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this brings our state further in line with federal standards for handling criminal background information. It protects sensitive information, supports agency operations, and keeps Texas in line with federal requirements of the final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2587. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2587 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2986. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2986 by Campbell relating to the protection from adverse action against public schools and institutions of higher education for permitting religious organizations' use of facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill permits public schools and universities to allow aftermarket religious group facility use now under the same fair market terms as other nonprofits. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2986. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 9 nays, Senate Bill 2986 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2965. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2965 by Creighton relating to a territory and emergency service district that is annexed by a municipality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply makes certain that when there is an annexation of an ESD, there's a process for the municipality and ESD to use, and that this annexation process passes.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2965. This is a record book. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes, 14 nays, Senate Bill 2965 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1563. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1563 by Menendez relating to county jailer training on interacting with veterans in criminal justice system.
Chair recognizes Ms. Blesa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1563 addresses the treatment of veterans within the criminal justice system by enhancing the training required for county jailers. I ask for your favorable consideration and move adoption or passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1563. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye, Ms. Plesa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 96 ayes, 44 nays, Senate Bill 1563 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1467. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1467 by Hinojosa Hidalgo relating to death records maintained by the Vital Statistics Unit, the Department of State Health Services provided to certain hospitals.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed on second reading yesterday that requires the Department of Health and Services to share limited death record information, full name, date of birth, country of residence with hospitals so that they can update the records.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1467. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1467 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1164. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1164 by Zapparini relating to the emergency detention of certain persons evidencing mental health illness and to court-ordered inpatient and extended mental health services.
The chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate your time and attention on this. This is dealing with emergency detention orders. We were performing some of the ways that we do that here. It's carefully crafted, bringing all the stakeholders together like we always do, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1164. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes, 47 nays, Senate Bill 1164 finally passes. Is Mr. Manuel on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rules 8, Section 5D for SB 1137 to designate the following members as joint sponsors of the law.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is on the motion is adopted. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 1137. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1137 by Miles, relating to the group home consultant referrals, creating criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we passed yesterday. SB 1137 is about putting safety and accountability first, ensuring vulnerable individuals are referred only to trustworthy, transparent, and licensed homes. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1137. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. And have all members voted? Show Mr. Bojani voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes, 57 nays, Senate Bill 1137 finally passes. Is Mr. Manuel on the floor of the House? Mr. Manuel is regretting sitting so far away. Members, the chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a corrected motion. But he will take the money. You recognize your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule, correction. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1137 to designate the following members as joint sponsors of the Lonnie Rose.
Members, you've heard the corrected motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is on the motion is adopted. Mr. Bojani, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I humbly request that the remarks on the following two items be reduced to writing and placed in the journal. Number one, the remarks on HR 1402 by Ashby from earlier today, and the remarks and debate on SB 25 from the second reading, including all the amendments.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 614. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 614 by Hinojosa Hidalgo, relating the authority of the Texas Forensic Science Commission to review and refer certain cases to the Office of Capital and Forensic Writs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill, Senate Bill by 614 by Senator Hinojosa. I move passage.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for what purpose?
No. Sorry, what bill number was that again?
Sorry, I had the wrong.
Did you know?
The gentleman here for questions.
Yeah, I do.
Gentleman
I had the wrong
yields.
folder. I'm sorry.
Just want to make sure we're taught, because it says 614 up there, but you kind of...
No, it's Senate. It's correct.
Okay,
Senate Bill
I just want to make
614.
sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 614. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 12 nays, Senate Bill 614 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading.
Hey,
Senate
Mr.
Bill
Webb, this
705,
is Jimmy
the clerk will
Goff. How
read
are
the
you
bill.
doing?
SB 705 by Zaffarini relating to air conditioning.
I'm good, I'm good.
refrigeration,
Sorry, just not
contractors,
getting to you.
advisory board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Here's another TDL.
So talk to me. What's going on?
Contractors Advisory Board structure. I move final passage.
Members, the question
Sure.
on final passage of Senate Bill 705. This is a record of the clerk will ring
All
the bell.
good. All good. No rush.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes, 32 nays, Senate Bill 705 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 918. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 918 by Zaffarini relating to licensing and regulation of port cases.
All
and
good.
tourist
Take time.
entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dieger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is another cleanup bill for TDLR. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 918. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes, 42 nays, Senate Bill 918 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 955. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 955 by Parker relating to the punishment of the offense of trafficking of persons.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member Senate Bill 955 is related to human trafficking and specifically talking about recruiting from jail and enhances the penalty. I move final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 955. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 955 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 869. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 869 by Birdwell relating to the deadline for the Texas Ethics Commission to resolve certain complaints.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 869 ensures the Ethics Commission resolves formal complaints in a timely, fair manner. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 869. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 869 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 850. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 850 by Middleton relating to the payment of certain ad valorem
Yes, sir.
tax refunds.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 850 provides for the automatic refund of an overpayment of property taxes. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 850. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 850 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 863. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 863 by Perry relating to the water withdrawn from the Edwards Aquifer.
Chair recognizes Ms. Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 863 will let some water utilities use the Edwards Aquifer water in part of their service area that falls just outside the official boundaries. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 863. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 863 finally passes. Chair lays that on third reading, Senate Bill 1055. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1055 by Nichols relating to the permit fees for groundwater wells imposed by the Southeast Texas Groundwater Conservation District.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that deals with production rates for the Southeast Texas Groundwater Conservation District. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1055. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 1055 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 2206. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2206 by Betancourt relating to a franchise tax credit for and the application of sales and use taxes to certain research and development expenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2066 improves and extends the R&D franchise tax credit program and repeals the inefficient sales tax exemption. I move final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2206. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes, 38 nays, Senate Bill 2206 finally passes. Chair recognizes, for real, Mr. Manuel for another motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rules 8, Section 5D for SB 457 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Capriglione, Lelone.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is on the motion is adopted. Chair lays it on third reading. Senate Bill 457. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 457 by Cold Course, relating the regulation of certain nursing facilities, including licensing requirement and Medicaid participation and reimbursement requirements.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Okay. SB 457 will help increase quality care for the 80,000 nursing home residents in the state and provide more accountability to the $6 billion in taxpayer funds that supports that. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 457. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 34 nays, Senate Bill 457 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading. Senate Bill 2337. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2337 by Hughes, relating the regulation of the provision of proxy advisor services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm really proud to pass this bill with Senator Hughes regulating proxy advisory firms in the state of Texas. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yeah, question for the author.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Leach, I know the amendment wasn't yours yesterday, but we put on an amendment related to nonprofits, specifically excluding some nonprofits, that do advisory services for less than $500,000. And here's my concern. I think it's still a great bill, but I'm hoping maybe something could be done in conference, which is because there's a company called As You Sow. It's a 501c3 that files shareholder resolutions and would be exempt under this bill. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
Okay, my concern is that organization does ESG policies. That's what they exist to do, and I think maybe it was an error or something like that, but it got added to your bill. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Hope we can get it fixed.
Okay, thank you. I sit right over there. We can talk about it. Move final passage.
Does anyone wish to speak on for or against Senate Bill 2337? The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to speak against.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yesterday, out of respect for time, I didn't say anything, but it really struck me that this was another anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion related bill. And some of us have gotten very comfortable just throwing around acronyms, anti-DEI. But I want to say that I'm really puzzled. Are you against the diversity? Are you against the equity? Or is it the inclusion? Because our diversity is our strength. And I've seen a slippery slope starting last session with Senate Bill 17 and being anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion. We've made marginal progress in this state. And I'm very proud that Texas is a majority-minority state. There are more African Americans in Texas than any other state in the entire United States of America. And here we are again with another anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion bill, related bill. And I see no place in it for it. Now, I get it. In this climate, in this Project 2025, in this extremist kind of climate, I understand that some feel compelled that they have to support these type of initiatives. But let me tell you, there are real human beings that are being negatively impacted because of these policies. We've seen a rollback in a lot of the progress that were made because of people who were on the right side of history. I'm reminded of words from Dr. Martin Luther King, where he once said that the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. We are setting ourselves on the wrong side of history with these anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion attacks. In this state, we've had many disparities. And you know who the biggest benefactors are for these diversity, equity, and inclusion programs? They're Anglo women. Anglo women, you do the research, you can Google it. They're the biggest benefactors to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. So I just want to be on the record, so my conscience is clear.
Mr. Speaker.
We cannot continue to go down
Ms.
this
Rose, for
road
what purpose?
of using politically polarizing rhetoric
Would the
as
gentleman yield
attacks
for a
on diversity, equity, and
question?
inclusion.
Gentleman yield for question?
I'll yield for the
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Reynolds, when you talk about diversity, equity, inclusion, who was included in diversity, equity, and inclusion? What groups or what persons?
So, African Americans, Asians, Hispanics, women, people with disabilities, those are all people that are included with diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it's not just African Americans, it's not just Hispanics, it's Asians, it's women, it's people with disabilities, it's veterans. All of those big groups benefit from diversity, equity, and inclusion programs.
It also included veterans as well, right?
That's right, veterans.
I know there has been a lot of talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and one of the things that I kept hearing this legislative session, and not from Representative Leach, and I know we're on this bill, but we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They kept talking about all the millions of dollars that have been spent on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Do you think millions of dollars have been spent on those groups?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I wanted to say finally, when you talk about economic impact, I want you to realize that you look at Target's bottom line since they've eliminated diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Their stock has plummeted because guess what? Many people of color are saying, I'm not going to shop where I'm not valued. And so diversity, equity, and inclusion is smart for business. You bring inclusiveness, you bring innovation, you bring more creativity to the workplace, you build confidence. And so I just wanted to be on the record to say enough is enough. When are we going to stop being politically polarized? And when are we going to start being patriots? When are we going to start being statesmen and doing what's best for all Texans? And so that is why I rose today to say we will not continue to be silent. We're not going back. We need to continue to go forward. Continue to be more inclusive. We're stronger together. United we stand, divided we fall. I hope that we will reject these continued attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion and do what's best for all citizens of this state. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close.
Okay. Well, members, this bill is meant to crack down on fraud. Okay? That's what this is. This bill is meant to crack down on fraud. Proxy advisory firms who are frauding and defrauding the companies that hire them to provide them advice. That's what this is about. If you're for fraud, vote against this bill. If you want to crack down on fraud, vote for it. And with that, I move final passage.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Zwiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Sure.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, could you explain how it's fraud to factor in environmental, social, and governance factors?
If you hire me to give you advice, and I'm giving you advice, and yet I'm turning around and giving your competitor an opposite set of advice, that is fraud. That is the very nature of fraud. I am defrauding you. And what this bill does, it doesn't tell any proxy advisory firm that they cannot offer advice based on ESG factors or DEI factors. They can still do so if they want. I don't know why any company would hire them when their focus should be on economic factors, but they could still do that. All they have to do, Representative Zwiener, is to disclose it to the companies. That's it.
But, so this bill, I think actually as written, is interfering with the freedom of contract.
Show me where.
Respectfully, Representative Leach, I don't think any of us want to do
Well,
that.
don't
in
make
deep
an
way on
allegation
third
if you
reading.
can't show me where. You want to show me a part in the bill
Show me where
you says it
fraud
takes
is
away the
occurring.
freedom. You can't just speak things into existence from the back mic, Representative Zwiener, and expect people to just believe it at face value. If you want to show me a part in the bill, a provision in the bill, a line or a word in the bill that restricts a freedom to contract, I'm happy to listen to you and to work with you. But that is not accurate. That is not what the bill does.
Representative Leach, where is this fraud occurring right now?
The fraud is occurring where proxy advisory firms have been found to, when they're advising a company, when they're advising a company's shareholders, when it comes to specific votes, their focus should be on fulfilling their fiduciary duties to the companies on economic factors. And when those factors are non-economic, or when they're advising one company one way and another company another way, on the same vote, on the same issue, based on non-economic factors, then all the bill says is we're going to require you to disclose it.
But to be clear, the disclosure factors are not just when they're giving one set of advice to one company and one to another.
Sure.
Correct? It goes beyond that.
Show me the provision in the bill where it goes beyond that.
Where it goes beyond one giving
I'm
one
happy
advice
to talk to
another?
you about the bill, Representative Zwiener. If you want to show me in the bill the part you're talking about that you find to be objectionable, I'm happy to listen to you and to
Will you give
discuss
me
it.
a second to grab my computer before you
Sure.
close? So, Representative Leach, as I pull this up, the way I read your bill is there's disclosure even if the advice is consistent. Is that incorrect?
Show me where.
Disclosure requirements, subchapter B.
What page and
starts
what line
on
are you
page
on?
4 of the bill. And so if we look at lines 3 through, 20, we'll start there. That includes any recommendation that is based on non-financial factors. Now, there's nothing in there about them giving differential recommendations, is there?
Yes, there is.
Could you point me to where in your
Well,
bill?
You talked about, I think you said lines 3 through 20. You might want to look at lines 22 through 27.
But these both apply. This is not an and, it's an or. Correct?
What is your question?
So this does apply in situations where there are not differential voting recommendations, where we don't have fraud,
That is
correct?
just patently not accurate, Representative Zwiener. Lines 21 through 27. If a voting recommendation is made on a shareholder-sponsored proposal that is inconsistent with the voting recommendation of the board of directors or a board committee composed of a majority of independent directors, and, there's an and there, and does not include a written economic analysis of the financial impact on shareholders of the proposal.
So, Representative Leach, I'm not disputing that what you're saying is covered in your bill is covered in your bill. What I am saying is it covers situations beyond that, correct?
I have no idea what your question even means.
So, Representative Leach, you said this bill only applies in situations where there is active fraud because they are giving one set of advice to one company, one to another. I am not disputing that
No,
this bill...
That's not what I said. I said if the advice is, these proxy advisory firms are hired to give advice to companies based on economic factors. That is the very reason you hire a proxy advisory firm. And so the bill requires those firms to disclose whether and when their advice is based on non-economic factors.
Okay, so it does apply in situations that are not necessarily fraudulent.
Well, I would consider those situations to be if you're not fulfilling your duty to a company as a proxy advisory firm, or if you're offering a competing company or another company another set of advice, then I would consider that to be fraudulent at its core.
That essentially protects.
Well, I would consider the
bill
advice, and I'm giving
economic impact. I want you to realize that diversity, equity, and so bring to start being best to say to go. You continue what's best.
Mr. Leach,
this bill is meant to to crack down on fraud. Proxy advisory firms who are frauding and defrauding the companies that hire them to provide them advice. That's what this is about. If you're for fraud, vote against this bill. If you want to crack down on fraud, vote for it. And with that, I move final
Mr.
passage.
Speaker?
Ms. Zwiener, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Sure.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Leach, could you explain how it's fraud to factor in environmental, social, and governance factors?
If you hire me to give you advice, and I'm giving you advice, and yet I'm turning around and giving your competitor an opposite set of advice, that is fraud. That is the very nature of fraud. I am defrauding you. And what this bill does, it doesn't tell any proxy advisory firm that they cannot offer advice based on ESG factors or DEI factors. They can still do so if they want. I don't know why any company would hire them when their focus should be on economic factors, but they could still do that. All they have to do, Representative Zwiener, is to disclose it to the companies. That's it.
But, so this bill, I think actually as written, is interfering with the freedom of contract.
Show me where.
Respectfully, Representative Leach, I don't think any of us want to do
Well,
that.
don't
in
make
deep
an
way on
allegation
third
if you
reading.
can't show me where. You want to show me a part in the bill
Show me
where you
where
says it
fraud
takes
is
away the
occurring.
freedom. You can't just speak things into existence from the back mic, Representative Zwiener, and expect people to just believe it at face value. If you want to show me a part in the bill, a provision in the bill, a line or a word in the bill that restricts a freedom to contract, I'm happy to listen to you and to work with you. But that is not accurate. That is not what the bill does.
Representative Leach, where is this fraud occurring right now?
The fraud is occurring where proxy advisory firms have been found to when they're advising a company, when they're advising a company's shareholders when it comes to specific votes, their focus should be on fulfilling their fiduciary duties to the companies on economic factors. And when those factors are non-economic, or when they're advising one company one way and another company another way on the same vote, on the same issue based on non-economic factors, then all the bill says is we're going to require you to disclose it.
But to be clear, the disclosure factors are not just when they're giving one set of advice to one company and one to another.
Sure.
Correct? It goes beyond that.
Show me the provision in the bill where it goes beyond that.
Where it goes beyond one company giving one advice to another?
I'm happy to talk to you about the bill, Representative Zwiener. If you want to show me in the bill the part you're talking about that you find to be objectionable, I'm happy to listen to you and to
Will you
discuss
give me a second to grab my computer before you
Sure.
close? So, Representative Leach, as I pull this up, the way I read your bill is there's disclosure even if the advice is consistent. Is that incorrect?
Show me where.
Disclosure requirements, subchapter B.
What page and
Starts
what line
on
are you
page
on?
4 of the bill. And So if we look at lines 3 through, 20, we'll start there. That includes any recommendation that is based on non-financial factors. Now, there's nothing in there about them giving differential recommendations, is there?
Yes, there is.
Could you point me to where in your bill?
You talked about, I think you said lines 3 through 20. You might want to look at lines 22 through 27.
But these both apply. This is not an and, it's an or. Correct?
What is your question?
So this does apply in situations where there are not differential voting recommendations, where we don't have fraud,
That is
correct?
just patently not accurate, Representative Zwiener. Lines 21 through 27. If a voting recommendation is made on a shareholder-sponsored proposal that is inconsistent with the voting recommendation of the board of directors or a board committee composed of a majority of independent directors, and, there's an and there, and does not include a written economic analysis of the financial impact on shareholders of the proposal.
So, Representative Leach, I'm not disputing that what you're saying is covered in your bill is covered in your bill. What I am saying is it covers situations beyond that, correct?
I have no idea what your question even means.
So, Representative Leach, you said this bill only applies in situations where there is active fraud because they are giving one set of advice to one company, one to another. I am not disputing that
No,
this bill...
That's not what I said. I said if the advice is, these proxy advisory firms are hired to give advice to companies based on economic factors. That is the very reason you hire a proxy advisory firm. And so the bill requires those firms to disclose whether and when their advice is based on non-economic factors.
Okay, so it does apply in situations that are not necessarily fraudulent.
Well, I would consider those situations to be if you're not fulfilling your duty to a company as a proxy advisory firm, or if you're offering a competing company or another company another set of advice, then I would consider that to be fraudulent at its core.
Okay. Again, the bill applies in situations where we don't have the differential advice. It applies in the differential advice, but it applies in others too.
That is correct.
And fraud means somebody actually lied or intentionally misled. I believe your argument is that they're giving advice that you think isn't fully fulfilling their duty, but they could theoretically not do the best possible job being a proxy advising firm and still not commit fraud, correct?
My argument is very clear, and that's that the bill is clear in and of itself, and I don't think you understand it.
Representative Leach, have a nice day.
You as well. I am, and I hope you do too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All caught voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted?
Did you say there are...
The only action on gun...
Finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 500. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 500 by Sparks relating to the access to certain information in the adoption process.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 500 seeks to reduce the delays in adoption process by requiring a timely release of a child's health, social, and education reports. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 137 ayes, 1 nay. Senate Bill 500 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 1307. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1307 by Cook relating to the biennial health coverage reference guide developed by the Texas Department of Insurance.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill that we passed yesterday. This is a bipartisan bill, unanimously passed both the Insurance Committee and the Senate. SB 1307 asks TDI to consolidate health insurance information into a referencing guide for the public, just like Medicaid and CHIP already does. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted. All members voted. 92 ayes, 38 nays. Senate Bill 1307 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 1615. Clerk, read the bill. 2615.
SB 2615 by Creighton relating to restricting telework for the employees of the public institutions of higher education.
Chair has Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Well, gentlemen, you have questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields for questions.
So you're limiting people from institution of higher ed from doing telework?
It's for them, encouraging them to go back to work, back to the office. We still have carve-outs in there for they call it telework. So if there is a dual credit class or something of that sort, they can still do that remotely.
So you're eliminating online type things going on? Or are you looking for the workers or the students or which one? So we're clear. I know it says employees.
To give you a broad answer, it is so that the professors will be back at the classroom face-to-face with the students.
Thank you for answering my questions, Representative Tepper.
Yes, ma'am. Move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, yes.
Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions.
One clarifying question.
He yields for questions.
For teachers and folks that actually teach in the classroom, this isn't about them having to do office hours. This is about you have to show up in the classroom in front of the students. Is
That's
that not
correct.
Thank you.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 90 ayes, 51 nays. Senate Bill 2615 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 2995. Clerk read the bill.
SB 2995 by West relating to the displacement of student financial aid at public institutions of higher education.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill we passed yesterday to empower families and students to properly financially plan for college with complete information. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 81 ayes, 57 nays, 2995 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 2321. Clerk read the bill.
SB 2321 by King relating the regulation of emissions by Texas Commission on Environmental Quality during an event affecting the electric demand or grid reliability.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2321 codifies an existing emergency protocol under which ERCOT may request TCEQ to waive emissions enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 2 nays. Senate Bill 2321 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 2972. Clerk read the bill.
SB 2972 by Creighton relating to expressive activities at public institutions of higher education.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that works to protect and guarantee the rights of students and faculty to gather peaceably on our college campuses. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk read the bill. Have all members voted? Mr. Leach voting aye. Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 97 ayes, 39 nays, 2972 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading. Senate Bill 973. Clerk read the bill.
SB 973 by Eckhart relating to the prohibition on posting on the internet information held by an appraisal district regarding certain residential property.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. JR from Chairman Meyer's district is going to help me lay out this bill. Welcome to Texas House, JR. Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very simple bill. Allows appraisal districts to post exterior sketches or photographs online. It improves efficiency and transparency. And what this does, this helps property owners, homeowners, if they're protesting their appraisal, to be able to look at similar sketches of homes in their neighborhood. That's all it does. So it's a pro-taxpayer bill that increases transparency. And I believe there may be an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerin.
Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment, the plan may not include a standard timeline that prevents the chief appraiser from appraising property as necessary. I move final passage.
Mr. Guerin
Or
says
adoption.
of amendment. Is there any objection? Chair has none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Turner to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Turner voting aye. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 79 ayes, 58 nays. Senate Bill 973 finally passes. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 865. Clerk read the bill.
SB 865 by Alvarado relating to instruction in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the use of automated external defibrillators in the cardiac emergency response plan for certain school employees and volunteers.
Mr. Leach.
Oh, man. Mr. Speaker, members, this is our bill relating to AED usage, automated external defibrillator usage in our schools, and there is a third reading amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank, sorry. Trying to go fast.
Amendment by Morales of Harris.
Ms. Morales.
Sorry about that. Trying to go fast. I just want to thank Chairman Leach and Senator Alvarado for accepting this amendment to name this bill the Landon-Payton Act. And thank you to all the joint authors. So many of you signed on. This is a small gesture that carries very deep meaning for the family of Landon-Payton and all of our community. Very grateful. Thank you.
Ms.
Yes. He was the young man who passed away at Marshall Middle School in my district, and an AED could have saved his life. So very grateful. Thank you.
Ms. Morales sends up amendments. Sent to the author. Is there any objection? Yes. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Leach to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage of Senate Bill 865, the Landon-Payton Act.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 17 nays, 865 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 506. Clerk read the bill.
SB 506 by Betancourt relating to the requirements of certain ballot propositions and to related procedures and provisions.
Mr. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that takes care of a way to cure bad ballot language. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 102 ayes, 37 nays. Senate Bill 506 finally passes. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1522. Clerk read the bill.
SB 1522 by Perry relating to the regulation of continuing care facilities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 1522, update regulations of continuing care facilities. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1522 finally passes. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1558. Clerk read the bill.
SB 1558 by Perry relating the liability of nonprofit entities contracted with the Department of Family and Protective Services or with a single source continuum contractor to provide community-based care or child welfare services.
Dr. Bonham.
Senate Bill 1558 supports our nonprofit foster care providers by providing them the existing protections of the Charitable Immunity and Liability Act. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 31 nays. Senate Bill 1558 finally passes. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 510. Clerk read the bill.
SB 510 by Betancourt relating to the failure of the voter registrar to comply with voter registration laws.
Mr. Sheen.
Mr. Speaker.
Governor Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
Sure. Would it be
He
all right
yields.
if I laid the bill out first?
For sure.
Not at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 510 seeks to ensure that voter registrars maintain accurate and up-to-date voter rolls as required by federal and state law by expanding enforcement mechanisms available to the Secretary of State. Move passage. Happy to.
Governor Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen yield for questions.
I'd be happy to.
He yields for questions.
So a voter register, you're saying that they are to keep accurate records. Could you explain a little bit more? Because a voter register, as I know, they go out and they get the cards filled out to help people register to vote. What is it specifically you're saying that they have to keep accurate
So
records
they
on?
currently an enforcement mechanism whenever they make changes or add or delete individuals from the voter registrations. So what this legislation is doing is just when they do things like hold a hearing to see whether somebody is truly available to be added to the voter registration, that they perform those duties. It's lines 16, 17, 18, and 19 on page 1.
So what you're talking about is the individual who's in charge of voting, or are you talking about the voter registrar who goes out and actually encourage people to get registered to vote and fill out the application?
Well, it's not. This has to do with the voter registrar, but it's not them encouraging people to register to vote. So again, they're responsible today for making adds, change, deletes to the voter registration files. And what this does is if something is contested, they also need to hold a hearing and make a determination. So that's what this piece of legislation does.
And so there's no criminal charges if they happen to make a mistake, is there?
No, ma'am. The only piece of the legislation is that Chapter 19 funds can be withheld if they don't carry out their duties. Chapter 19 is that they get funds, so like
from the county.
Well, it's actually from the state. They like every time they register a voter, they get like 25 cents. It's just money that they get to alleviate some of their expenses.
Thank you.
You bet. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Busey voting aye. Mr. Ralph Shaw voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 33 nays. Senate Bill 510 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading, Senate Bill 763. Clerk, read the bill. Senate Bill 667. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 667 by Hughes relating to prohibiting certain state governmental entities from investing in certain Chinese-affiliated entities.
Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, if y'all remember yesterday, Senate Bill 667 seeks to align our investment strategies with national security interests and to fulfill our fiduciary responsibilities by divesting from compromised entities. Move passage.
Mr. Wu in opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go back over what the things I said yesterday. This is an unnecessary fear-mongering bill that might potentially have real consequences for our retirement systems, and I would urge you to vote no.
Mr. Berry to close.
Members, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 50 nays, Senate Bill 667 finally passes. Mr. Landgraf for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 763 to designate the following member as a joint sponsor, Representative Wally.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading, Senate Bill 763. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 763 by Alvarado relating to standard permits for certain concrete plants.
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 763 requires TCEQ to conduct a protectiveness review of standard permits for concrete batch plants every 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 115 ayes, 25 nays. Senate Bill 763 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2073. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 2073 by Zaffarani, relating the authority of an appraisal district to purchase, finance the purchase of, or release real property, or construct or finance the construction of improvements to real property.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill removes legal ambiguity for financing appraisal district property projects that have caused costly delays in the past. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Scriven is voting aye. Have all members voted? 93 ayes, 49 nays, 2073 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1858. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1858 by Hagan View, relating the eligibility for the Bulletproof Vest and Body Armor Grant Program.
Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill, Senate Bill 1858, aims to amend the eligibility criteria for the Bulletproof Vest and Body Armor Grant Program to include independent school districts as eligible applicants. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 9 nays. Senate Bill 1858 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1660. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1660 by Huffman, relating to the retention and preservation of toxicological evidence of certain intoxication offenses.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1660 aims to clear up current law regarding toxicological evidence when it can be disposed of, and I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 113 ayes, 23 nays, 1660 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2900. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 2900 by Colcourse, relating the review of certain advisory entities under the jurisdiction of the Comptroller of Public Accounts and the repeal of redesignation of certain of those entities.
Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill that will increase efficiency in the Comptroller's office. This is Doge and government efficiency at its best. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. All members voted. 115 ayes, 22 nays. Senate Bill 2900 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1433. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1433 by Betancourt, relating the assertion of the legislative privilege by the Attorney General and certain legal challenges to the constitutionality of state statutes.
Mr. Smithy.
Mr. Speaker, this is the bill we passed yesterday that allows lawyers in the Attorney General's office to claim legislative privilege on our behalf temporarily until we have the opportunity to decide if we want to assert that privilege. I would move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 52 nays, 1433 finally passes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1540 to designate the following members as co-sponsors: Morales Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1540. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1540 by Betancourt, relating to maintaining the confidentiality of personal information of election officials and their employees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1540 enhances the safety and privacy of our election officials and their staff by extending confidentiality protections to election employees. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 1 nay, SB 1540 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1964. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1964 by Parker, relating the regulation and use of artificial intelligence systems and the management of data by governmental entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1964 until 3:15 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1300. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1300 by Flores, relating the prosecution and punishment of the criminal offense of the organized retail theft, increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with regard to Senate Bill 1300, I want to first thank Senator Flores and his staff for the fine work that they've done in creating this crime for organized retail theft. I also want to thank our outgoing comptroller, Mr. Glenn Hager, the new chancellor of the Fighting Texas A&M Aggies. And just want to thank Jennifer Tharp, an attorney that provided a lot of assistance to Senator Flores' office. And unfortunately, we do have a third reading amendment from Mr. Wally.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
I'm sorry, you got to lay it out. My bad.
Amendment by Wale.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
I'm sleep deprived. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment strikes the 300,000 threshold and the felony in the first degree provision, and it is acceptable to the author.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
I'll move adoption for Mr. Wally, and I do support the amendment.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. Okay. All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to close on the bill as amended.
I move for final passage of Senate Bill 1300.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1300. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 31 nays, SB 1300 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1644. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1644 by Schwartner, relating to the use of a consumer's credit score and the underwriting or rating of certain personal lines, property, and casualty insurance policies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that was an OPIC recommendation that provides safeguards for the use of credit histories in insurance rating. I would move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1644. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 10 nays, SB 1644 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2217. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2217 by Hughes, relating to certain election practices and procedures.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2217 increases election transparency and consistency by requiring standardized election data across the state of Texas. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Mr. Shaheen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a request of our county elections administrators. It just ensures that an individual voting has their current address reflected in their registration. It's acceptable. Move passage or adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Shaheen. Could you walk us through the amendment again, please?
Yeah, so page 1 has to do with, there's on the rows 7 through 11, it's already assumed, but it states that there is nothing in this bill that will be construed to prevent an election official from redacting information to protect ballot privacy. And then rows 28 and 29 are the meat of the amendment. This is where your voter registration takes effect immediately upon receipt of notice. So that's where if you change your address, you're within the same county, the ballot that you're going to reflect, or the ballot you're going to get reflects your new address, your current address.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Representative
You
Shaheen.
bet. Absolutely. Move adoption.
Mr. Shaheen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. Record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion. Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to close on SB 2217.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2217. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, SB 2217 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 2373 to designate as a co-sponsor Representative Morales Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2373. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2373 by Johnson, relating to the financial exploitation or abuse of persons using artificially generated media or phishing communications, providing civil penalty, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 2373 modernizes Texas law by creating civil and criminal remedies specifically for AI-enabled financial exploitation. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2373. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2373 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2431. Clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2431 by Campbell, relating to requiring foreign language credit opportunities for students enrolled in study abroad programs offered by certain institutions of higher education in this state.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2431 would require universities to provide foreign language credits for those studying abroad. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2431. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Versuit voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 76 ayes and 60 nays, SB 2431 is finally passed.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1758. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1758 by Birdwell, relating to the operation of a cement kiln in the production of aggregates near a semiconductor wafer manufacturing facility.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senator Birdwell's bill that establishes a pilot program in Grayson County, and I move passage.
Is there anyone wishing to speak on for or against? The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to speak against the bill.
Thank you, members. I don't want to belabor this. This is a gross vendor bill using the legislature to solve the problems of two competing business owners. I would urge you to vote no on this.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with the characterization of the bill. I know there have been a lot of conversations on the floor about this, and I think anybody who's looked at it closely knows that that's not the case as well. I move passage.
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
Does the author yield for questions, please?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
We kind of passed this pretty late last night or early this morning or whatever it was. Can you tell us what Global Wafers does and how important they are to not only Texas and Grayson County, but to the nation?
Semiconductor wafers are the building blocks for many important components in our country and our society. Our missile guidance systems use them as their building blocks, satellites, radar systems. They're in our cell phones, our cars, and they're increasingly in every part of our economy. And there are only 5 places on Earth that manufacture these semiconductor wafers. 4 of them are in geopolitical hotspots that are far away from American soil. They are in regions where the Chinese Navy has a port or is projecting military power, and that fact alone should underscore what's at stake here. Now, the 5th location is here in Texas, as you know, Representative, in Grayson County, and it's America's only domestic producer of these semiconductor wafers, and that makes this particular location a strategic national asset. So losing or impairing its ability to manufacture these components could have far-reaching consequences, not just for Texas, but for the entire country. And that's why when it comes to aggregate production, we have to make sure that we're striking a balance, and that's why this bill is asking the Bureau of Economic Geology at the University of Texas to study the issue about how APOs and wafer manufacturing can coexist so that both of those industries can be supported. So while that study is ongoing, and by the way, that study would be due under this bill to the legislature in August of 2026. So before the next legislative session, policy adjustments can be made, and the pause button is being pressed in the meantime. And so that's why this bill is before the House.
Thank you for carrying this bill. It's huge. Thank you.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Landgraf, your bill is very, very tightly bracketed, isn't it?
As you mentioned in the point of order yesterday, it does have a bracket, yes.
Yeah, and it seems to only apply to one spot in the entire state.
Well, there's only one spot, Mr. Wu, that fits the characterization. There is, like I said, one manufacturing facility in the entire continent of North America. And so, yes, it does only apply to one because there's only one that meets the definition.
They just happen to be next to a business that they have issues with, correct?
I mean,
the existing kiln is already, they have a problem with it.
I'm sorry, who's they?
The wafer manufacturer.
There are some concerns that seismicity issues that are related to semiconductor wafer manufacturing, and that there could be a negative impact by making any sort of vibration in the bedrock for the aggregate operation could then have a disruptive impact on the wafer manufacturing, which I'm sure, as you know, is a very precise manufacturing process.
And usually when private companies have disputes with each other about disrupting each other's businesses, we let them settle it in court and not do it through the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Move passage.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a couple of quick questions?
Gentleman yield for 2 quick questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
I'm curious about the assertion that there's only one semiconductor manufacturing plant. So we're not making chips in Sugar Land at Texas
Mr. Rosenthal.
Instruments?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
We're not making chips in Houston at Texas Instruments and Qualcomm?
Mr. Rosenthal, I think you misunderstood what I said, or perhaps I inartfully worded it, but what I indicated and why this is a policy issue that's before the House is that we're talking about semiconductor wafers, not chips broadly. There are chips that are manufactured all over, in many different places, but this particular type and the process that is used to manufacture this particular semiconductor wafer is only manufactured in one place in the entire North American continent.
So maybe it's an inartful description, but
no. Well, actually, I was just trying to be polite, Mr. Rosenthal. You did not understand what I was saying.
So did you know that I used to make wafers, sir? So I have been involved in the manufacturing of this. And if you're talking about growing the silicon crystals and slicing them, maybe. If you're talking about...
But that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So that's why I'm asking you, because that's not the only part of the semiconductor wafer manufacturing process.
No.
So you're saying the one place in the United States that grows the crystals? Yes?
And slices.
Because for that, I'm not sure how many facilities in the United States. The part about making chips and semiconductor manufacturing, there's lots of that, right?
That's not what this bill addresses at all.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Move passage. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a very quick
Ms. Shaw, for what purpose? Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Landgraf. We heard this in our committee, and just for the body, because it is a kind of a complex issue, even though we can simplify it for them, this is a plant that produces, and it is the only one in the United States, that my understanding was that the last federal administration personally asked them to work on this so that America could become more independent and not have to rely on other nations to produce these items. And it is this particular spot produces the crystal ingots that are very sensitive to any kind of vibration of the earth and of the plates. And so there might be an issue with a business that's causing the vibration, and that's what we have to decide. But this product that they're making is something that we all rely so heavily on, but right now we're dependent on other nations to get it. And we're thankful to them, and it's not a bad thing, but we're not even adverse to those nations, right? We're just also wanting to be able to be independently producing it here.
That's correct. Representative Morales-Shaw, and I appreciate your good work on the committee, your diligence in understanding this issue, and I appreciate the question, but that's absolutely correct. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1758. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye, Ms. Luther voting aye, Ms. Harris-Stavila voting aye, Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hopper voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 115 ayes, 24 nays, Senate Bill 1758 finally passes.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the writing and place in the journal the debate on the previous bill.
Members, you've heard the motion. Mr. Wu, the chair would request that
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu,
I
for what
move
purpose?
that we reduce to writing and place in the journal the debate on the previous bill.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on third reading SB 974. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 974 by Eckhart, relating the eligibility of a person employed by a school district as a teacher to serve on the appraisal review board as an appraisal district, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you again to the 94 of you who voted for this bill last night as we approached the deadline. Again, this bill simply allows a teacher to serve on an appraisal review board with strengthened safeguards to ensure that there's no ex parte communication between the school district and the teacher. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 974. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes and 56 nays, SB 974 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2480. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2480 by Campbell, relating to the Texas Physicians Health Program and the regulation of certain occupations by the Texas Medical Board, expanding the applicability of surcharges.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply cleans up some language from a bill in the 88th session regarding the physician monitoring program administered by the Texas Medical Board. It just makes it clear, since there are other licensees that participate in that program that are regulated by the board, that they're all in the program and they are all contributing through their license fees to the maintenance of that program, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2480. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 102 ayes and 31 nays, SB 2480 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 3039. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3039 by West, relating to the transfer of students in public higher education.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill we passed yesterday to prevent community college students from losing credit hours when they transfer to a four-year university. The bill has no fiscal note and will save our students and their families a lot of time and money while helping students graduate in 4 years. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the thousands of transfer students in the state of Texas, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 3039. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 77 ayes and 60 nays, SB 3039 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 3047. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3047 by Zaffarini, relating to the creation of the peer-reviewed Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting a power of limited eminent domain.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole.
Thank you, members. This is the local MMD that we dealt with last night, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Curtis.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment strikes a couple of the references to financing and then also clear
SB 30, they're taking your rights away!
Out about this particular local mud that passed out of committee and this House already about it having something to do with the SH 130. That is not true. This is a little less than 100-acre MMD outside of Elgin, and it has nothing to do with toll roads, but we went ahead and struck some language in this particular MMD to clear up any confusion with that, and I ask for your support and move adoption.
Chair recognizes Ms. Cole.
Move passage.
Mr. Gertis sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Cole to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 3047. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Show Mr. Gertis voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting no. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Shaheen voting no. Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes and 57 nays, SB 3047 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, SB 2781. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2781 by Birdwell, ruling the imposition of civil penalties for certain violations with respect to political contributions and expenditures made by certain persons who engage in lobbying activities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2781 addresses the enforcement of existing lobbying restrictions by placing a statutory cap on civil penalties. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2781. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes and 27 nays, SB 2781 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading SB 826. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 826 by Parker, relating to the operation of a motor vehicle in the school crossing zone while intoxicated, increasing criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're going to take having a DWI in an active school zone, and we're going to make that a felony. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 826. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes and 5 nays, SB 826 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 766. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 766 by Zaffarani, relating to the correction of references to the Texas Natural Resource Conservation Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 766 replaces outdated references to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality's former name with its current name. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 766. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, SB 766 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 527. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 527 by Shortner, relating to health benefit coverage for general anesthesia in connection with certain pediatric dental services.
Chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 527 ensures that children in Texas who are having dental procedures that require anesthesia, otherwise the child will be unable to be still and to tolerate the procedure and need anesthesia, have access to anesthesia for that surgical procedure. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 527. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 111 ayes and 28 nays, SB 527 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1946. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1946 by Zaffarani, relating the creation of a family violence criminal homicide prevention task force.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill follows a model of sexual assault survivors task force that is being created, that was created in the 86th, and I have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Manuel.
Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This is a friendly amendment from the governor's office. It gives the governors the power to appoint all task force members, including survivors, and also allows for the task force, for the governor to call the task force meetings with full authority to shape its direction, and I move adoption.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1946. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 75 ayes and 55 nays, SB 1946 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2885. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2885 by Flores relating to the use of reclaimed water that has been treated to meet certain standards as part of the Aquifer Storage and Recovery Project.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2885 clarifies current law by recognizing reclaimed water as eligible for ASR use, provided it is treated to standards set by TCEQ, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2885. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 118 ayes and 17 nays, SB 2885 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1243. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1243 by Birdwell relating dissolution of a public utility agency.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is not one big, beautiful bill, but it is an itty-bitty pretty bill that gets rid of a layer of unnecessary government by dissolving a public utility agency that's no longer in use. This is a victory for smaller government, and Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1243. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1243 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2610. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2610 by Blanco relating the limitation on a civil liability of business entities in connection with the breach of system security.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2610 creates a legal safe harbor against punitive damage claims for small businesses related to cybersecurity. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2610. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 109 ayes and 27 nays, SB 2610 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 857. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 857 by Shortner relating the authorized removal of certain motor vehicles.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lauterbach.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, Senate Bill 857 by Senator Schwartner grants law enforcement officers the discretion to tow vehicles if the driver is unlicensed, has a suspended, canceled, or revoked license, or fails to have insurance. This bill addresses a gap in public safety and is widely supported by law enforcement. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 857. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lauterbach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 54 nays, Senate Bill 857 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2501. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2501 by Zaffarini relating to the selection of an attorney by an indigent parent as an attorney ad validem for a parent in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2501 allows indigent parents in child welfare cases the right to choose their own attorney, so long as the attorney is licensed and qualified. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 2501. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Basu voting aye. There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2501 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 66. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 66 by Zaffarini relating to a study on authorizing a supporter under a supporter decision-making agreement to assist an adult with a disability with legal proceedings.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 66 by Senator Zaffarini directs OCA to conduct an interim study on the legal and ethical implications of authorizing a supporter under an SDMA to assist an adult with a disability with legal proceedings in which the adult is involved. With that, I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 66. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes and 30 nays, SB 66 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 268. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 268 by Perry, ruling the procedure for certain complaints against healthcare practitioners.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 268 passed unanimously out of the Senate, ensures that complaints against healthcare practitioners are investigated by the appropriate licensing entity, and I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
This amendment strengthens accountability for significant malpractice by requiring a licensing entity to forward a complaint alleging serious bodily injury or death to law enforcement. This amendment does not preclude a licensing entity from investigating and taking disciplinary action against a healthcare practitioner that is licensed with that entity. This is simply about reporting to law enforcement if there is death or bodily injury. Move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the bill as amended.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Lawson, for what purpose?
Ms. Howard, would you yield for a few questions?
Does the gentlelady yields for questions?
Thank you so much for taking just an extra moment here. This, I think, was the second to last bill that passed last night.
Very chaotic.
It was very chaotic in the room. And were you aware, Representative, that the Texas Conservative Coalition put out a statement in support of this bill?
Yes, I've been made aware of that.
And yet last night, we, in all the mayhem, probably weren't just real clear about what we were voting on. Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Thank you for taking a little extra time today to help clarify that. And while I didn't support it yesterday, I do intend to support it today. And I thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Representative Slauson. I very much appreciate that.
Well, lady yield for questions.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Lady yield for questions.
Yes.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Ditto. I held the red button down at the end just because we were going way too fast. And so I'm going to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Vasut. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 120 ayes and 14 nays, Senate Bill 268 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 331. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 331 by Colcourse, relating disclosure of healthcare costs information by certain healthcare facilities, imposing administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Members, thank you. This bill expands the current price transparency requirements that we have for hospitals to other healthcare facilities that include ambulatory surgical centers, freestanding emergency rooms, and others. It does not take effect until 2029, so it gives plenty of time for folks to get in compliance, and it's also a $12 million de minimis. Based on the fact that I got this passed with about 3 seconds to go, there was a second reading amendment that I didn't do last night, and so I do have a GO today.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
A GO by Frank.
This is,
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
She's got jokes. Nice. Okay. This amendment is something that providers asked for. It says if in the future a state agency is providing the same information that we're asking for, then HHSC could make a recommendation that the chapter be rescinded. That's just to prevent duplicative reporting requirements. I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill as amended.
For the last bill passed with 3 seconds to go last night, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 331. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 133 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 331 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've been here a long time, 5 months, and we've been here many, many days in a row at this point in session. And we all have our support systems back home with our families, our kids. You haven't seen my kids in 10 days. It's been a long time. But part of my support system is here because the Whitesboro Bearcats are in the state championship game tomorrow for softball. And my parents are in the gallery, and I wanted to recognize Jerry and Debbie Patterson, part of my support system being here in the gallery. Thank you all for being here.
The chair lays out SB 1302 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1302 by cold course relating to eligibility to use a general permit to discharge waste into and adjacent to waters in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 1302 amends Section 26.04 of the Water Code so that the TCEQ Executive Director must provide approval to the discharger to resume a discharge permit. Does not allow for the automatic use of permits on certain general permits. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there are any amendments, so I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 1302. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 135 ayes and 4 nays, SB 1302 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 519 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 519 by Middleton relating to the creation of a grant program to promote educational engagement with Texas history.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 519 is about preserving Texas history and creating a grant program administered by Texas Historical Commission. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what
Gentleman
purpose?
yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So in this grant program, has there been an agency named in this program, or is it open up for anybody in the state?
So there are none named in the program. The Texas Historical Commission will administer who gets the funding and the grants.
And we're talking all histories, correct?
That's my understanding.
There's no, your understanding, we're on the record here, is it your knowledge that when we talk about Texas history in this grant program, it encompasses all history, double underline?
That's correct.
And how much is this grant program?
I do not have that in front of me because this will be administered by the Texas Historical Commission, and they will receive the appropriations from our budgets.
And so you don't know how much money this grant program will be?
I do not. Whatever the writer says, and I do not have that in front of me.
And when will it kick into action? When will it become effective?
This year.
This year, and if you get more than 100 votes, it comes into effect right away?
That'd be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative
Move
Metcalf.
passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 519. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 110 ayes and 19 nays, SB 519 is finally passed. The chair lays out Senate Bill 2807 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2807 by Hagan B relating the considerations when determining whether an operator of a motor vehicle is an employee of a motor carrier or an independent contractor.
The chair recognizes Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that makes our roads safer for everyone on the road. I have a GO from GO.
The
Amendment.
following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Geo.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gio.
Thank you. All right. This amendment, just really quickly, members, it requires automated motor vehicle companies to proactively provide information to the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles. It requires each AV company to submit a first responder interaction plan. It gives the Texas DPS and DMV enforcement authority to suspend or revoke an automated motor vehicle's operations in certain circumstances, and it clarifies that AVs that operate as transportation network companies are subject to Texas Transportation Network Company laws. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Curry to speak on the amendment.
Yeah, members, this was passed through DOJ, is a really, really good addition to this bill. We greatly appreciate it, and we need your votes to get this amendment on. It's acceptable to the authors, and we appreciate your vote.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very important amendment. I would appreciate your vote to adopt.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Curry to close on the bill as amended.
This is for TWIA, and this is for the oysters. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2807. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all voted? There being 96 ayes and 42 nays, SB 2807 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 13 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Spiller.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out SB 13 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 13 by Paxton relating to school districts' library materials and catalogs, the establishment of a local school library advisory councils, and parental rights regarding public school library catalogs and access by the parent's child to library materials.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 13 gives parents transparency into the library records of their children and provides parents the opportunity to participate in the adoption and procurement of library materials, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. So on page 2 of your bill, you indicate indecent content means content that portrays sexual activities in a way that is patently offensive. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say again, on page 2?
Page 2, line 7, indecent content that portrays sexual activities in a way that is patently offensive. And this is what your bill is going to remove from the libraries?
Well, yeah, this is the definition section that defines indecent content to mean content that portrays sexual or excretory organs or activities in a way that is patently offensive.
So your bill wants to remove indecent content as defined right here in this page.
It creates a definition for the Library Advisory Council to use when deciding on which materials that they will put on a list for school board approval for their libraries.
Okay, do you recall that the House just passed HB 2696 that give the schools permission to display the 10 Commandments in the classrooms? We passed it.
Yes, I recall Senate Bill 10, yes.
Were you aware what number 7 of the 10 Commandments were? It was, thou shalt not commit adultery.
Okay.
So my question is, how do you talk about adultery if it's not sexual content or indecent?
Well, this bill, first of all, the 10 Commandments are not a library book.
But
so this bill simply creates a standard for procurement and adoption of library materials.
But your bill also talks about anything that's in the library: possession, acquisition, purchase of harmful material. Mm-hmm. It doesn't just specify books. It says library material, rated sexually explicit material.
Yes.
It says material. It doesn't just specify books.
Harmful materials. But it is, remember, the whole process is around adopting materials library materials that go to the library.
So you would not, you would still be able to define adultery to
Yeah,
teach you
yeah.
in the
The
library?
word adultery could appear in a book. It just depends on, again, and these are approved by parents and then ultimately by school boards.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 13. This is a record vote. The clerk will, excuse me, back up, members. Is there anybody wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 13? The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is really unnecessary, and I will be voting against it. School districts already have processes if parents don't like books that are in the library to oppose them. And if that process isn't working, then the school board has the opportunity to change the process. Did you know Katy ISD informed staff librarians in 2024 that they can no longer request to purchase books they have not read in their entirety? In the past, Katy ISD librarians were allowed to rely solely on professional literary reviews to curate their purchase order requests. The challenge is librarians will have to buy with their own money or somehow acquire a book in order to read it before they can add the book to their list of titles to purchase from the school library. How are they supposed to suddenly carve out hundreds of hours to find and read books and also do the rest of their jobs, like educating their students? The policy passed in this district is essentially a purchase freeze. This is how a community can break and dismantle libraries and public education from the inside.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
In just a minute.
Not at this time.
Did you know librarians who take their jobs very seriously have been harassed and labeled pedophiles and groomers by community members and sometimes even school board members? You may hear the phrase, "This will have a chilling effect." Let's spell that out. What reasonable human who values their safety and their job wouldn't think twice about adding an LGBTQ or BIPOC title to their purchase order, considering the current hostile climate towards librarians, educators, and BIPOC and LGBTQ people in our state? Do any of you remember the book and movie, Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret? Books by Judy Blume were some of my favorites at a certain age. I was an avid reader and still am today. Did you know this book was taken out of the Katy ISD school libraries? It's been a while since I read the book, but I do remember it was not just enjoyable, but it also helped me understand some of the trials and tribulations of puberty and youth. Members, we do need to protect our kids from pornography and inappropriate content. But this bill is overreach and unnecessary. Our local school districts have created their own book policies, and while I don't agree with all of them, particularly the one I mentioned in Katy ISD, this was determined by local community. That same community will either choose to keep their board members who made that decision, or they may vote them out. But they have the ability to influence the local decisions rather than having the state pass this one-size-fits-all policy.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Okay, you don't believe that it's the librarian's duty to know what they're putting on the shelves?
I believe it's their duty to know what they're putting on their shelves, and I believe they do know. Like I said, current practice is for them to read literary reviews, not read entire books when they're ordering, I don't know, tens or hundreds of books for their library every year.
So it's not the librarian's duty to fully understand everything that's in the book before it's placed on the shelves for a child's consumption. Only selected review materials.
You know, for them to read from cover to cover, like I said, tens or hundreds of books every year,
and what is their
think
job?
May be unrealistic.
What is their job as a librarian?
To curate library materials.
So it's literally their job to curate library materials, but you don't believe that they should know fully what they're putting on the shelves.
So they're probably considering hundreds of materials.
Hundreds
looking
of
at-
materials would be too much for a librarian to know what they're putting on their shelves?
They have gone through education to do their job. I trust them to do their job. We do have a policy and process when parents don't like what is in the libraries already. That's my point
And
and
that's
my
my
objection
point.
to this bill.
That is, I'm so glad that you said that, because that is exactly my point as well. My
So-
point as well is that parents,
Do you
under your statement that you made right at the beginning, it is the parent's duty to know every single page of every single book in the school library so that they can then determine which books that they want to challenge through their local processes. That's what you said in your statement. You said that the librarians whose professional role it is to understand and to curate library materials are too busy for maybe a 100-book purchase, but that a parent who is working a full-time job and raising a family is expected to know every single title and every single page in a library book and then challenge that book and go through the local process of challenging a book. Is that your position?
Representative Patterson, I don't know how many books librarians read from cover to cover before they decide to put them on the list to purchase, but I do know that they are relying on literary reviews.
Would it
And
surprise you that
what
Frisco
one
ISD
librarian might consider just fine, a parent may not. Sometimes there's disagreement. Just like in your bills and my bills, we sometimes have disagreement of what's of the issues, right? Have you read every single bill that you've written?
Yes.
Cover to cover?
I have, 100%.
And
every single bill.
all the bills that we
Here-
have
here's-
before
well,
the legislature.
and I'm
You're
sure-
a legislator. You should know every single bill that we lay out, cover to cover.
I'm sure you understand after 4 sessions that the questions come from this mic. But what you're saying is that this bill, which creates a local process to create local SLAC committees to identify materials in the local community with local community standards, you said this is a statewide one-size-fits-all. This bill literally is opposite of what you said, correct?
No, it is taking away local control.
By creating local community member committees of local parents to make these decisions that then, if appealed, go to the local school board of locally elected officials elected by the local community. You're saying that takes away local control.
Mr. Patterson, I believe I started off my speech by saying I believe this is an unnecessary bill.
Right.
That what we are seeing in communities today is librarians being harassed when they are just doing their jobs.
So-
and we're telling them through this legislation that you don't know how to do your own job.
Well, I'm
and that's
telling
why
you,
I'm opposed to it.
I'm telling you that many don't know how to do their job, and that's why we have books like what we've seen and had to challenge in our public school libraries. But should that onus be on parents, or should that onus be on the librarian? Because that's the key part of your statement here, that the professional librarian whose literal job, who gets paid all day, every day to curate library collections, you're saying that they are too busy to understand the materials, but that the parent who's working a full-time job and raising their family, that they should know, that they should be able to identify all of these harmful materials, which, by the way, we passed another bill to lock up folks who want to expose children to harmful materials this session. But you're saying that that's the parent's job to understand that, right?
No, I think some parents have a disagreement with some librarians.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
I think it is the librarian's job to understand the materials they're putting into the library.
Excuse me, I was in line. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I
Does-
yield.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. Can you just talk to us a little bit more about the processes that school districts currently have in place
to ensure that books are appropriate, and what measures parents can take if they don't want their children to access certain books?
Sure. Well, I don't know about every single school district, but I did meet with the Eanes School District, which is within my house district, a year or so ago. And they mentioned that if a parent doesn't believe a book is appropriate, they can fill out some paperwork, turn it in, and then a committee is put together. That committee reads the entire book, and then they meet and they talk about the book, and they decide whether it's age appropriate or not, whether to keep it or whether to take it out of the library. That's their process. They told us that in the prior years, maybe 2006 to 2018, they had only had a handful of complaints. But after 2018, they had about 80 books that someone had complained about. And this wasn't a lot of parents, it was one parent. And that to read that...
The lady's time has expired. The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to speak against SB 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I rise with a lot of concern about Senate Bill 13. While I admire and appreciate some of the transparency provisions in this bill and think that they are helpful, I do think the way the definitions in this bill are structured are going to functionally end up leading to the bans of a lot of books that we all agree are perfectly appropriate for the ages that they're available to. In addition, I think some of the provisions in this bill are going to put onerous burdens on our school librarians and slow the process of acquiring new materials. So when your kid wants that next book in the Dragon Girls series or the Dog Man series, it's going to take more time for that to end up on library shelves. So members, I want to share a passage with you from a book. You can tell a true war story by the questions you ask. Somebody tells a story, let's say, and afterward you ask, is it true? And if the answer matters, you've got your answer. For example, we've all heard this one. 4 guys go down a trail. A grenade sails out. One guy jumps on it and takes the blast and saves his 3 buddies. Is it true? The answer matters. You'd feel cheated if it never happened. Without the grounding reality, it's just a trite bit of puffery, pure Hollywood, untrue in the way all such stories are untrue. Yet even if it did happen, and maybe it did, anything's possible. Even then, you know it can't be true, because a true war story does not depend upon that kind of truth. Happeningness is irrelevant. A thing may happen and be a total lie. Another thing may not happen and be truer than the truth. For example, 4 guys go down a trail. A grenade sails out. One guy jumps on it and takes the blast. But it's a killer grenade, and everybody dies anyway. Before they die, though, one of the dead guys says, "The F you do that for?" And the jumper says, "Story of my life, man." And the other guy starts to smile, but he's dead. That's a true story that never happened. Members, that's an excerpt from The Things They Carried by Tim O'Brien, from his award-winning novel about the Vietnam War. He teaches at Texas State University and spends much of his time in Texas. Do we want to ban that novel because it drops some F-bombs? Is that really a good use of our state resources to pull books like this that are on the AP reading list off of our library shelves because of some 4-letter words? Unfortunately, that is what the definitions in this bill allow. They allow small amounts of profanity or what the bill calls indecent content to nullify the other 300 or 400 pages in a book. Members, that doesn't make any sense. I suspect every one of us read books in high school that would run afoul of this bill, and I bet most of us read books in middle school that would run afoul of this bill. And it wasn't a big deal. And members, none of this was a big deal until a couple years ago when books became the new moral panic. Members, I gotta tell you, I worry about my kid a lot, but one time I never worry about her is when she's reading. There ain't nothing that is gonna hurt her in a book. What she's gonna get from a book is a window to lives that are different from hers, an opportunity to see herself reflected in the page, and a deeper understanding of the world around her. So why are we panicking about books? Why books? Why are we cowering to an extreme minority of parents who have any concern about what's in the library? Members, that is not most parents. And that is what we have seen in school districts that have implemented some of these onerous restrictions. We have seen parents in Keller ISD complaining, I'm the only one reading this big list the school district has published of books they're going to put on the shelves. Members, if there's only one parent who will take the time to read that list, why are we looking at mandating that across the state?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Morales, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for just a quick question or two?
I will.
The gentlelady yields.
Representative Zwiener, thank you so much for your impassioned words. It inspired me to get up and just ask you some simple questions. We're passing these laws to control librarians, and I want you to know that in my school district, in Houston Independent School District, we don't have librarians. Would you be surprised to know that?
I wouldn't be, and it's such a heartbreak. You know, one of the biggest advocates in this fight is a woman named Carolyn Foote, who was actually my high school librarian, and it's been amazing to get to know her again in this context. But I remember that space she cultivated for us in high school, and I remember wandering that space and discovering things. I remember, discovering a book about the Romanovs written in like 1918, which was fascinating. I remember discovering science fiction, the poetry of Sylvia Plath, all these materials just by wandering and picking up books off the shelves, and that experience of discovery. And that's what we want to protect. And as we attack librarians, more and more we also see school districts just moving them to the aside, maybe bringing a parent in to volunteer to reshelve books, which isn't the same thing as a dedicated librarian that is helping match kids with their interests and is helping develop this robust collection that continues to serve the interests of the school district they're in. Bringing in reading material that is relevant to the students you're serving is such an important skill, and we need that in our schools, and we need to not see it disappear. And one of my fears of bills like this is we keep further marginalizing librarians and the important informational services they provide to our students.
Yes, we're seeing that happen in our district. And you said parents coming to volunteer. In one of the schools in my district, the parents literally got together and volunteer one day a week just so the library's open. In HISD, there's only 23 certified librarians, and it's 274 schools. So that's 250 campuses without a librarian. I wish we could stop attacking our books, our libraries, and our librarians. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the wildest things about this debate we've had this session and last session is this idea that somehow librarians are these villains. And members, I want to encourage you to think about librarians you've known in your life. And if any of them seemed like the bad guy, if any of them seemed like the villain in the story, because I'm pretty sure they did not. I'm pretty sure they were helpful folks who, when you said, I'm really interested in space, they directed you to the space books. And if you said, I'm really interested in learning more about Ronald Reagan, they took you to the biography section and showed you where that was. That is their job, is helping see that student, see their interests, see what they're looking for, and helping them grow and build.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
I will.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
Representative Zwiener, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody here on the House floor. You're really well read, and I think that speaks a lot to your ability to legislate and really advocate for your community. And I think that that's what we would want, and that is the world that's open to children when they're young. I, in my community, do Reading with Ramos every Christmas, and we give out a book about diversity and unity and community. And one thing that I say to the children over and over again, the man who reads one book lives one lifetime. The man who reads many lives many lifetimes. And it is very important, would you agree, that children explore those different lifetimes you just said?
Absolutely. Books can be windows into lives that are not like ours, and they can even be windows into our futures. The wonderful thing about a book is, let's say you're torn about different life paths. You can read books where people are exploring the same decisions that are facing you and think through that and how you feel about the way that story played out. Books develop our emotional intelligence. They develop our ability to have compassion and respect for others. And those things are incredibly valuable and unfortunately under-taught in our society right now.
Thank you so much, Representative. And I ran out of time. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Morales Shaw, for what
just
purpose?
really quick, will the gentlelady yield for a question?
I will.
The gentlelady yields for questions.
I agree
Quickly.
with you that librarians have been amazing at doing their jobs, and I hope they don't feel attacked by all of the stuff going on. But would you agree with me that they're good at doing their job, they are not skilled yet at legislative-driven censorship?
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I would agree.
Thank you.
Please vote no.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 13 is the ultimate local control for our kids of Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 13. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Ward Johnson voting no. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting no. Have all members voted? Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. There being 86 ayes and 55 nays, SB 13 is finally passed.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has refused to concur in the House amendments to the following measures and requests the appointment of a conference committee to adjust the differences between the two houses. SB 8, Senate conferees Schwertner, Chair, Campbell, Huffman, Colcourse, Perry. SB 12, Senate conferees Creighton, Chair, Campbell, Adam Hinojosa, Parker, Paxton. SB 37, Senate conferees Creighton, Chair, Betancourt, Hughes, Middleton, Paxton. SB 441, Senate conferees Juan Chuy Hinojosa, Chair, Creighton, Flores, Parker, West. SB 1566, Senate conferees Betancourt, Chair, Gutierrez, Middleton, Nichols, Paxton.
Thank you, messenger. Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I move that the debate on SB 13 be reduced to writing and spread upon the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby for an announcement.
Members, as some of you know, Chairman Harris's mom is gravely ill. And I would like to have a little prayer service for her before I lay his bill out. So I'm going to ask Pastor Scott Wall to come and lead us in prayer for comfort during the Harris family during this very trying and difficult period.
Cody just communicated that he got there to his mom's side, so I know that's one of the things. So you didn't know for sure what was going on. He got there. She is in a coma-like state and labored breathing, and so he gets to be there. But we obviously know this is a very difficult time. This is a time that reminds us of the humanity of 150 that are here, and everyone has their stories. Everyone's going through a difficult time, but it's great to come together like this to pray. So please join me as we lift up this family. Heavenly Father, we do gather this afternoon on this House floor to lift up our friend and brother, Cody Harris, and his family. I know many of us have gone through the very real and difficult experience of having to say goodbye to a loved one, including parents, and we know the depths of the grief and the sadness that the family's going through right now. So because we love Cody, we ask that you would bring a special comfort and peace to Cody and his family. We know that you don't promise that we will never go through difficult and hard times like this, but you do promise that you won't leave us and that you will go through the times with us. So we ask that you would let them experience your presence in a very special and tangible way as they say goodbye. Grant them all that they need as they journey together through this difficult time. In your Son Jesus' name I pray. Amen. We love you, Cody Harris.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The chair lays out SB 7 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 7 by Perry, relating to the oversight and financing of certain water infrastructure matters under the jurisdiction of the Texas Water Development Board.
The chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think all of you know the work that Chairman Harris and Senator Perry and a lot of you members on this floor have put into this historic document, Senate Bill 7. As hopefully you recall, a couple of days, Chairman Harris went into great detail about what this bill actually does. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of a abbreviated kind of a headline of that, just to refresh your memory. As you recall, this bill works in concert with SJR 7, which passed off this floor with 138 votes. It creates a dedicated funding stream to make a historic $20 billion investment in Texas water needs by dedicating $1 billion a year starting in 2027 and ending in 2047. This bill also expands legislative oversight by requiring 50% of that $1 billion every year to be dedicated or to be reserved for water supply projects in the newly created New Water Supply for Texas Fund and our current existing fund, the Texas SWIFT. And of course, we want to make sure that we keep a strong focus on meeting our future water supply needs with this new dedicated funding. The remaining 50% of that $1 billion a year would be left to the Texas Water Development Board's discretion to be used for the full range of infrastructure needs, including water supply, wastewater, importantly for every district represented on this floor, aging water infrastructure and flood infrastructure needs. SB 7, as amended on the floor a couple of days ago, adds a study on funding wastewater treatment projects through SWIFT to explore innovative approaches to addressing a significant gap in our state's financial assistance programs. Members, I think it would be an understatement to say just how transformational I think that most of you feel this bill would be for meeting our over $120 billion shortfall that we have to meet our state's water infrastructure needs. And also, I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.